Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly sitting afternoon session. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The order paper this afternoon of the 25th, the month of November 2021, is quite loaded. There is so much on the order paper that members of the National Assembly will be required to work on. There is a procedural motion. This is by the leader of a majority party that resolves to have the House hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December 2nd, 2021, that will commence at 9:30 in the morning for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. There are also a number of motions that will see the House proceed on a committee of the whole. This report on the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2021 by Leader of Majority, which was discussed on the 24th of November sitting by the members of the National Assembly. It was discussed and a question will be put this afternoon, and then we'll proceed for the third reading. The report is that the House agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 21. Another report that was discussed on the Committee of the Whole on Thursday and is expected to be put to question as well as proceed for third reading is the report on the Committee of the Whole House of Land and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021. At the entrance of the National Assembly chambers, the Speaker who will be overseeing this afternoon session has just stepped in. I will now hand you over for this particular live broadcast that is brought to you by PBU in conjunction with KEBC. My name is Kam Chemenza. Good afternoon.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba uturehemshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Honorable members, I order that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes so that we can settle into business.
We are watching the afternoon sitting of the National Assembly. The House has kicked off its business, but there is no quorum. Members are slowly trickling in. Therefore, the first chairperson of the committee, this is Honorable Rosalinda Soipan-Tunya, has ordered that the bell be rung for 10 minutes to allow members to get into the chambers. Remember, the House business starts around 2:30. But when the House opened, there were no members to form the quorum, or rather the requisite number of members required for the House to kick its business. Therefore, the bell is being rung. This is to allow members who have not reached the chambers to get into the chambers to enable the House achieve the requisite number of quorum. This is about 50 members to be precise, to enable the House go on with the House business this afternoon. But as I told you earlier on, is that the order paper this afternoon is a loaded one. There is so much that the House will be working on this afternoon. There are a number of motions or reports that were discussed on the 24th of November that will this afternoon be put to question members to see whether they will be adopting or considering some of the proposals in the report or disagreeing with them. Some of those reports include the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021, that the House agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021. Just to take a look at what exactly this particular bill entails, is that the bill is to repeal the Distress for Rent Act, Cap 293, Rent Restrictions Act, Cap 296, and the Landlord Act, Landlord and Tenant Shops, Hotels and Catering Establishments Act, Cap 301, that the bill seeks to introduce a legal framework which balances the interests of landlords and tenants in a free market economy by ensuring that landlords earn a reasonable income from their investment in housing and also protect the tenant. The bill consolidates the laws relating to the renting of business and residential premises and seeks to regulate the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. This is one of the bills that a report of the Committee of the Whole House will be considering this afternoon to see whether members will agree with the report or disagree. Then it will proceed on the third reading. There is also a motion on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Assisted Productive Technology, Bill number 34 of 2019. This one is by Honorable Meli Odhiambo. This one also is set to be voted on whether the House agrees with the report or not, and then it will proceed for third reading. The report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill number 43 of 2020 will also go for the third reading this afternoon. The Provident Fund Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2021. This is by the Leader of Majority Party. Is set for second reading this afternoon.
Order, members.
The quorum has been achieved. I will now hand you over to the live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Order. We are now ready to begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, members. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Order, members, and the members coming in, take your seats quickly. Honorable members, I have 2 communications to convey to the House. First, honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members of Parliament and staff from the Parliament of South Sudan, seated at the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises of the following members: Honorable Mary Nawai Martin, who is the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and the leader of delegation. We have the Honorable Adeng Lik, who is a member of Parliament, Honorable Veronica Nyantuj Ring, Honorable Bangot Amum, Honorable Abuk Akin, Honorable Lily Kidan Eluzai, Honorable Suzanne Perembata, Honorable Anna Doki, Honorable Perez Nuba Chatim, Honorable Maridi Luigi Adwok, Honorable Victoria Benjamin, Honorable Rebecca Anai Diop, Honorable Monica Juan Lino, the Honorable Mary Apa Deng, the Honorable Linda Adrea Apaya, the Honorable Sarah Nyakwoth Kwach. The delegation is also, order members, the delegation is also accompanied by Mr. James Francis Kutiote, who is Under Secretary of Parliamentary Affairs. We have Ms. Victoria Nyakuo, who is Private Secretary. We have Mr. Dominic Kango Amos, who is a Protocol Officer. We have a representative from UN Women, Ms. Shukriya Sayed. We have Mr. Edmund Yakani, who is Coordinator, SEPO. And finally, Mr. Nema Juma, who is a monitor, Juba Monitor newspaper media. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on a benchmarking visit to our parliament, specifically to share experiences and learn good practices with their counterpart committees. And on my own behalf and that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. Karibuni. Honorable members, I have a second communication which concerns the seating arrangements during the State of the Nation address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, you will recall that on Tuesday, 23rd November 2021, I conveyed a message from His Excellency, the President, regarding the 2021 State of the Nation address to Parliament, pursuant to Article 132, Sub-Article 1. The address is scheduled to take place on Tuesday, 30th November 2021 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly chamber. Honorable members, you will agree with me that these are difficult times due to the ongoing global pandemic necessitating reconsideration of some of our processes. In this regard, I wish to guide the House as follows. 1, akin to the situation during the State of the Nation address last year, members of Parliament will not be allowed to invite guests to this year's event. This is in keeping with the Ministry of Health's advisory on the capacity of our chamber and other holding areas within the precincts. Additionally, members of the public will also not be invited to the event. 2, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament have agreed on a sharing formula for the 120 seats available in the National Assembly chamber. 94 of the seats will be reserved for use by members of the National Assembly, while the rest will be reserved for use by the Senate. 3, with respect to seats reserved for the National Assembly, a number of them will be reserved for the leadership of the House, while the balance of the seats available will be occupied on a first-come basis. The clerk will notify members on the number of seats under this category by close of business tomorrow, that is Friday, 26th November, 2021. 4, members of Parliament who may have interacted with persons exposed to COVID-19 are advised to refrain from attending the function. 5, having consulted with the relevant state departments, only a limited number of members will be allowed to receive His Excellency the President. Specifically, only the speakers of the Houses of Parliament, the deputy speakers, and the leaders of the majority and minority parties of both houses will form the receiving delegation. 6, to facilitate the arrangements ahead of the event, all vehicles parked at the Parliament courtyard should be removed not later than Friday, 26 November 2021 at midday. Honorable members, as we look forward to the special sitting, may I reiterate my clarion call to all members to be extra vigilant and adhere to the existing directives and protocols regarding the control and prevention of COVID-19. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you.
Order number
Next
3,
order.
messages.
Honorable members, kindly be quick in taking your seats. Order, members. Order. Honorable members, on messages, I have a message from the President, which is number 047 of 2021. And the message is on nomination of persons for appointment as chairperson of the Public Service Commission and members of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 42, I wish to convey the following 2 messages from His Excellency the President relating to nomination of persons for appointment to the offices of the chairperson of the Public Service Commission and members of the National Gender and Equality Commission, respectively. In the first message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 233, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, Paragraph 3 of the first schedule to the Public Service Commission Act, which is Act number 10 of 2017, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Mushiri for appointment as a chairperson of the Public Service Commission. In the second message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 250, Sub-Article 2B of the Constitution, and Section 11, Subsection 6 of the National Gender and Equality Commission Act, Act number 15 of 2011, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Act number 33 of 2011, he nominates Ms. Caroline Naikena Lentupuru and Mr. Thomas Okoth Koyer for appointment to the office of a member of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Honorable members, His Excellency the President therefore seeks the approval of this House of the nominees for appointment to the aforementioned state offices. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 requires that upon receipt of notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee of the House for consideration. In this regard, pursuant to the provisions of this standing order, therefore, and paragraph 3 of Standing Order 42 on messages from the President, I hereby refer the message relating to appointment of persons to the National Gender and Equality Commission to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to undertake the necessary approval hearings. Similarly, I also refer the nomination of the chairperson of the Public Service Commission to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to also undertake the necessary approval hearings. Honorable members, whereas the Public Service Commission Act 2017 and the National Gender and Equality Commission Act 2011 provide a lesser period within which the House is to consider the respective nominees, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Act number 33 of 2011, requires the National Assembly to undertake the exercise within 28 days. In this regard, the committees should undertake approval hearings and submit their report within the 28-day period provided for the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Act number 33 of 2011, being the most recent amendment made by Parliament with respect to the general period of vetting of state appointees. Honorable members, in view of the above, I wish to guide the two departmental committees and the House as follows. 1, that the committees should notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings in good time. The notification should therefore be made tomorrow, Friday, November 26th, 2021, and 2, that the committees should therefore thereafter commence the necessary approval hearings and submit their respective reports to the House within the statutory timelines. To this end, honorable members, noting that the House will proceed on its long recess from Friday, December 3rd, 2021, in accordance with its published calendar for the regular sessions, committees should expeditiously notify the nominees and the general public of the respective times and places for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter, upon conclusion of the hearings and adoption of their reports, submit the same to the Speaker to enable the House consider the matter within the statutory timelines. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, we have 2 petitions. And we can start with the one from the Honorable Omar Mwinyi, member for Changamwe. Honorable Mwinyi.
Asante. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I also wish to join you in welcoming our guests to our beautiful country, and I wish them a good stay and good learning experiences in our beautiful country together with its people. Welcome to our beautiful country, Kenya. Madam Speaker, I, the undersigned, on behalf of the boards of management, parents, and students of Changamwe Primary School, Changamwe Secondary School, and Changamwe Girls Secondary School in Changamwe constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following: that Article 60 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, provides that land in Kenya is to be held, used, and managed in a manner that is equitable, efficient, productive, and sustainable, and in accordance with, among others, the principles of equitable access to land, security of land rights, and transparent and cost-effective administration of land. That Changamwe Primary School, Changamwe Secondary School, and Changamwe Girls Secondary School currently occupy the land registered as plot number MN, Section 6, Mainland North, stroke 3458R in Changamwe constituency, which was procedurally and legally allocated to them as public utility land by the Municipal Council of Mombasa. That part of the land was irregularly hived off and allocated to Messrs. Staff Development Limited of PO Box 43240 Mombasa on a 99-year lease. Number 4, that in May 2000, the proprietors of TAF developers proceeded to erect a wall around the said parcel of land and illegally took possession of it, thereby denying the school their right of access to the land. Number 5, that this illegality has greatly inconvenienced the 3 schools, since it deprives them of the use and enjoyment of the land, which is urgently needed for their daily use and future expansion plans, in view of the fact that the schools have a combined population of over 2,000 learners whose education is now in jeopardy. Number 6, that repeated attempts by the boards of management, teachers, and parents of the 3 schools to seek appropriate redress concerning the illegal disposition of their land have not borne much fruit. Number 7, and that the issues in respect of which this petition is made are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Lands, urgently intervenes to secure comprehensive investigation of the matter by the Ministry of Lands in collaboration with the National Land Commission, with a view to facilitating the reverting of the said parcel of land back to Changamwe Primary School, Changamwe Secondary School, and Changamwe Girls Secondary School, and makes any other orders in the interest of pupils and students of the 3 schools as it deems fit in the circumstances of the petition. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I submit.
The petition is duly referred to the Departmental Committee on Lands. Let's have the next petition to be presented by the Honorable Ali Menza, member for Kisauni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present this petition regarding enforcement of the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the seafarers in the Republic of Kenya, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that the Maritime Labour Convention 2006 is an international labor convention under the International Labour Organization of the United Nations, which came into force on 20th August 2013. Number 2, that the convention aims at establishing minimum working and living standards for all seafarers on ships by taking into account their medical care, health and social assurance, as well as securing fair competition among ship owners in order to ensure real change for seafarers and ship owners' rights, among other objectives. 3, that Kenya is a member of the International Maritime Organization, IMO, and the International Labour Organization, ILO. 4, that on 31st July 2014, the government of Kenya deposited with the International Labour Office the instruments of ratification of the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. 5, that on 1st July 2021, the National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing had a meeting with the Principal Secretary of the State Department for Maritime, the Secretary for Internal Security and other government officials, during which it was reported that despite having ratified the said convention, Kenya is yet to ratify its later amendments. Number 6, that the government's disclosure imply that Kenyan seafarers are at ongoing risk of being exposed to a potentially hostile, rigid, and harsh internal and external working environment that may result to low productivity, high workers' turnover rates, and other undesirable effects. 7, Madam Speaker, that currently multinational shipping companies are dominating the Kenyan shipping industry, with many of them being accused of discriminating citizens in terms of employment opportunities, wages, and working conditions. 8, that the difficult situation in the Kenyan maritime industry calls for the full implementation of the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. 9, that efforts to have the matters contained in this petition with relevant government authorities have been futile, Madam Speaker. 10, that the matter contained in this petition are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing, 1, intervenes to secure the operationalization of the signed agreement between the Mombasa Seafarers Charter and the Government of Kenya. 2, secures inclusivity and equal participation of all seafarers organizations as stakeholders in decision, policy making, and the development of any regulations pertaining the blue economy and maritime affairs from time to time as per Article 232 of the Constitution and Section 11 of the Merchant Shipping Act 2009. 3, recommends the establishment of public seafarers recruitment and replacement services for seafarers domiciled in the Kenyan territory, which will provide equal access to seafarers without discrimination, corruption, and favorism as per the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. 4, secures the enforcement of International Convention on the Safety of Life at Sea to enable seafarers gain employment in port facility and ship trading in Kenyan waters. Number 5, secures the ratification of the cabotage law by the government to allow seafarers to have employment opportunities within ships trading in the Kenyan territory. Number 6, secures equal representation of seafarers organizations as stakeholders to the Board of Directors to Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ferry Services, Kenya Coast Guard, and the Blue Economy Board, as required by Section 6D of Merchant Shipping Act 2009 and Article 10 of the Constitution. 7, recommends the availing financial assistance in form of grants to seafarers to aid in skills training. Number 8, recommends the release of names of all current employees of the Kenyan Maritime Authority and secures open employment opportunities to seafarers. And last but not least, Madam Speaker, secures the full implementation and enforcement of the Maritime Labour Convention 2006, including its amendments. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I submit.
And the petition is duly committed to the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next order. You know, I see like 16 names here, actually more than 16. So I was assuming that these members are preempting other debates. It's other things, huh? So I think we can move to the next order. Okay.
Order number 5, papers.
The Honorable Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, November 25th, 2021. Number 1, the Special Audit Report of the Auditor General of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, Payment Platform Linda Mama Program, and tender for civil servants, police officers, and prison wardens. Number 2, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2021 and certificates therein. The Data Collection and Database Development Project, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund. Number 3, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements of Madenge Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificate therein. Number 4, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statement in respect of the Suba South constituency for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and Kilifi North constituency for the year ended 30th of June 2020, respectively, and the certificates therein. Number 5, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Kenya Maritime Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme for the years ended 30th of June 2014, 30th of June 2015, 30th of June 2016, 30th of June 2017, 30th of June 2018, and 20th of June 2019, respectively, and the certificates therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, November 25th, 2021. Report of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on its consideration of the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2021. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, November 25th, 2021. Report on the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the consideration of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
So under order number 6, we have the Honorable Member for Kamukunji ambaye yako na hoja.
Asante sana.
Arifa ya hoja.
Asante sana.
Kuhusu kubuniwa kwa Baraza la Kiswahili.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker. Nashukuru. Arifa ya hoja kutoka kwangu ni kubuniwa kwa Baraza la Kiswahili la Kitaifa. Kwamba tukitambua kifungo cha 7 cha katiba ya Kenya kimebainisha lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha pekee ya kitaifa na pia ni lugha rasmi pamoja na Kiingereza katika nchi ya Kenya. Aidha, serikali imepewa wajibu wa kulinda na kuendeleza lugha tofauti za watu wa Kenya na kukuza matumizi ya lugha za kiasili nchini. Tukitanahabi kwamba Kiswahili ni mojawapo ya lugha rasmi za Umoja wa Nchi za Afrika. Na Madam Speaker, hivi majuzi tu Umoja wa Mataifa pia imeweka siku maalum tarehe 7 Julai kama siku ya kuadhimisha lugha ya Kiswahili kote duniani. Na pia kifungo cha 119 na 137 ya mkataba wa uanzilishi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, serikali imewajibika na dola za Afrika Mashariki zimewajibika kustawisha na kuendeleza lugha ya Kiswahili kama lugha ya umoja katika nchi za Afrika Mashariki.
Order members. Order members. Kindly let us consult in low tones.
Madam Speaker, tukifahamu kwamba nchi ya Tanzania iliunda Baraza la Kiswahili la Kitaifa BAKITA katika mwaka wa 1967 na pia Zanzibar ikabuni Baraza la Kiswahili la Zanzibar BAKIZA katika mwaka wa 2004 kwa madhumuni ya kukuza na kuimarisha na kuendeleza mbele lugha ya Kiswahili katika Tanzania bara pamoja na visiwa vya Zanzibar. Tukitambua kwamba mkutano wa 3 wa Baraza la Mawaziri wa Kenya uliofanyika tarehe 14 Agosti mwaka 2018 iliidhinishwa kuanzishwa kwa Baraza Kuu ya Kiswahili ya Kitaifa kuambatana na kifungo cha 137 cha mkataba wa waanzilishi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ikifahamika kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha ya kiasili kwa jamii za mkoa wa Pwani nchini Kenya, na pia idadi kubwa ya Wakenya ni wazungumzaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Tukijua kwamba lugha ya Kiingereza ina nguvu sana katika mawasiliano rasmi na kwa hivyo kuchangia kudhoofika kwa lugha yetu ya Kiswahili. Tukitambua uamuzi wa Baraza la Mawaziri kuhusu kubuniwa kwa Halmashauri Kuu ya Kiswahili ya Kitaifa bado haujatekelezwa, kwamba bunge hili linahimiza serikali kuu kupitia Wizara ya Michezo, Utamaduni na Urithi kuanzisha rasmi Baraza Kuu ya Kiswahili ya Kitaifa na kuzindua mikakati, mbinu na sera mahsusi zinazohitajika kukuza na kuendeleza lugha ya Kiswahili na kushirikiana na vyombo vingine vya kitaifa na vya kibinafsi vinavyohusika na uboreshaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Asante sana, Madam Speaker.
Next order. Honorable members, I wish to reorganize the order paper and order that we move to order number 9. We finish with order number 9, number 10, 11, 12, and 13. And then we can go back to order number 7.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2021, question to be put in third reading.
Order, members. Who is the honorable member there who just crossed the aisle? I can't tell who you are from behind your mask. No, just just stand up and walk up and do it the right way, and then go to wherever you want to go. Unfortunately, I can't tell you. Honorable Menza, it's you. Yeah. But you are even going to the other side. Now you've just remained where you are. Order, members. Honorable Sankok, take your seat. Take your seats. Honorable members, I want to put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I call upon the mover to move third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2021, be now read at that time. And I want to thank all the members who participated in the processing of this bill here on the floor of the House, as well as in the committees as it was coming to fruition. I also request the Honorable Wangwe to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second. Thank you.
Order, members. Order. I go on to propose the question for third reading, which is that the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2021, be now read a third time. Should I put a question? Okay. Having confirmed that we are properly constituted, I go on to put the question, which is that the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2021, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a regulatory framework for the registration and regulation of community groups and for connected purposes. Order number 10, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021, question to be put in third reading.
Order, members. Honorable members, I put the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I call upon the mover to move that reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021, be now read at that time. And once again, I want to thank all the members who participated in this bill, in the processing, members of public who appeared through the public participation. And now, at last, we have a bill, we have a law that will sort out the relations between landlords and their tenants. I also request the Honorable Posing to second.
Honorable Kosing.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to second. Thank you.
Order. I go on to propose the question, which is that the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021, be now read a third time. I see there's an interest to give comments. Honorable Duale.
Chair, this is a very important bill, but I managed and we managed to increase the period in which a landlord can give notice of eviction to a tenant. But this House, in its wisdom and numbers, decided it should be 1 month. But because this bill will go to the Senate, I will go and follow it at the Senate. Tenants are very important people. They are in the middle class. They are the hustlers of this country, and we must protect them. At least give them 3 months. So, Chair, I want to put that on record so that I talk to my colleagues in the Senate, so that this can be given to 3 months. 1 month is too short for somebody to be given a notice of eviction.
Order, members. Honorable members, I go on to put the question, having confirmed that we are properly constituted, which is that the Landlord and Tenant Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021 be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to consolidate the laws relating to the renting of business and residential premises, to regulate the relationship between the landlord and tenant in order to promote stability in the rental sector, to establish tribunals, to provide for the adjudication of disputes and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, question to be put and third reading.
Order, members. Honorable members, I put the question for adoption, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, be now read a third time. And Madam Speaker, this bill will now give couples an opportunity, those who are struggling to have children like myself. The time is not too late. And I also request Honorable Daud to second. Thank you.
Honorable Dawood.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second, and I agree that it is going to give a second chance to a lot of couples in this country. Thank you.
Order. Order. I go on to propose a question, which is that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, be now read a third time. I see some members interested in, and it's not debate, it's just some comments, it's third reading. Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, as a man of faith, and I've used the Quran when I was being sworn in this house, this bill does not conform to the teachings of the Quran and the Bible. Procreation is in the Bible. And if you don't procreate, you're asked by the Bible and the Quran to pray until you will give birth. You cannot go against the teachings of the religions of God. I oppose.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I rise to support this bill, Honorable Speaker, because it is very important for us to give a second chance, because God gave us the chance to pray and also gave us the knowledge to know and to be able to be scientific enough to be able to assist in procreation. Of course, God gave us legs to be able to walk, but gave us the knowledge to have aeroplanes so that we can fly, Honorable Speaker. So if this technology, the knowledge given by God, we can use for procreation, then so be it. I support, Honorable Speaker, and I request all the members to support. It is the first time that I've contradicted the leader, the former leader of majority, His Excellency Adan Duale, and with all due respect, Honorable Your Excellency, allow me to oppose you for the very first time. So, and I also want to insist on the scientists to make sure that they follow due diligence so that we don't end up producing superhumans in the laboratory that will extinguish the human race. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I support.
I'll give Honorable Millie being the mover, but let's not go back to debate.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to indicate that this matter was actually up for debate, and members have debated. We have actually taken into account the religious issues, and as a Christian, my faith allows me. And for the ones who wanted to put, if you wanted to actually put limitations, it is allowed. By a way of amendment, this bill is going into the Senate, and my brother, Honorable Duale, can go to the Senate and seek an amendment limiting it against the Muslims, because the Constitution allows you to be limited on matters of personal law. So you can limit it for Muslims. For me as a Christian, who is both Seventh-day Adventist and Pentecostal, I am allowed. So, and because I don't have a child and I'm not as lucky as him, let him give opportunity for those of us who can't have naturally to have. And maybe he can pray better than me. Me, I pray, but my faith may be limited than his. Let my faith work for me through the doctors who God has used. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all those who have supported. Thank you.
Order, members. Order. Order. The members who are walking in, take your seats. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Having confirmed that the House is properly constituted, I go on to put the question, which is that the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of assisted reproductive technology, to prohibit certain practices in connection with assisted reproductive technology, to establish an assisted reproductive technology authority, to make provision in relation to children born of assisted reproductive technology processes, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020, question to be put in third reading.
Order, members. Order, take your seats, members. Order, members. I go on to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020, be read a third time. And Madam Speaker, I thank all the members who have contributed to this, and the Chair of Finance as well, when she dropped 2 amendments to this bill. So we have got a good bill that within 6 months, shortest time, within 6 months, will be approved. So, Madam Speaker, I request Honorable Sankok 001 to second the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I thank all the members who contributed to this bill, because I was in this House from the beginning to the end of this bill, so I beg to second.
Order. Order. Is that the member for Mwatate? I propose the question that the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020 be now read a third time. Should I go on to put the question? I go on to put the question, having confirmed that the House is properly constituted, that the Kenya Deposit Insurance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2020, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Deposit Insurance Act and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the Provident Fund Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2021, second reading, question to be put.
Order, members. Honorable member for Mwatate, are you following what we are doing? Order. Honorable members, I go on to put the question, which is that the Provident Fund Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2021, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to repeal the Provident Fund Act and for connected purposes.
Next order. Order, members. Still on a bit of reorganization of the order paper, I order that we do order number 8, and then we shall go back to order number 7.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to hold a morning sitting on a specified Thursday.
Leader of majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Members, you'll be aware that next week we have one day, Tuesday, being taken by the State of the Nation address. And thereafter, on Wednesday, we will have some debate on the State of the Nation address. We still have a lot of business on the order paper. So when we discussed in the House Business Committee, we thought we could appeal to you members that we do, on Thursday, we take advantage of the morning sitting to process some of the issues that are at various stages. Some are at committee of the whole that we could do before we go on recess, rather than wait until January so that they can at least move to the next level. So it's really, I know we did appeal to you to extend the time to 9 o'clock. It's worked wonderfully. I mean, I expected that even the 9 o'clock we would never make it. But actually, it has been working, and it's been full throughout with very rich debate in the evenings. So on Thursday, if you agree, Thursday next week, we will then start at 9:30 in the morning and continue all the way to 9 p.m. Members are at liberty, obviously, when they want to attend, to come and prosecute their business and also do other business. Then, by the time we leave at 9 p.m., on Thursday night for the recess, at least we have covered most of the things that are on the priority list that need to be sorted out. So that's really the appeal to the House. I beg to move and request my predecessor, Honorable Duale, to second.
Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is something we usually been doing every time we come to the end of a session. And because Tuesday will be a day we shall be occupied with a constitutional function where the president will make an address to the House. Following that, we need to also to discuss the speech of the president and also finish any other important business before we go for the long recess. So that is why we are saying we start early in the morning on Thursday. Of course, Wednesday we have a full day. Then we start early in the morning on Thursday so that any other important legislative item that cannot wait the last and the final session of this August House. Because, Madam Speaker, some people think they have 2 years. Next year, when we come back, that is the final leg of the total of Parliament. Yeah, so only one session, so that we don't become unfair to the people of Kenya. We do that and support the leader of majority, the motion. I second.
Order, members. Members, I propose a question on the procedural motion, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 3B, this House resolved to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December 2nd, 2021, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Should I go on to put the question? I go on to put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Thursday, December 2nd, 2021, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number
Next order.
7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we will start with the Honorable Member for Trans Nzoia County, Honorable Janet Nangabo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to ask question number 486 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary of Education. Are there plans to establish public university in Trans Nzoia? Trans Nzoia County has provided for by the University Act 2022, requiring every county to have at least one public university. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So this goes before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Honorable members, kindly consult in low tones. The next one will be by the Honorable Kabinga Wachira.
Honorable Speaker, you know you have asked them to consult in low tones, but I think they did not hear. So you may want to...
Order. Leader of Majority Emeritus, with the member for...
You know they are not hearing.
For Meru. Is it the member for Meru County? Oh, Gatundu. Member for Gatundu South. Is it North? Gatundu North. And the member for Mbita. Suba North. Please. You don't even seem to be consulting because you are doing it across the aisle. It's like you're having a public address or something. Let's listen to the Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to ask question number 495 of 2021. And even as I do so, Honorable Speaker, lately there are so many questions that are going to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, and I hope the Chair, Energy, will expedite some of these questions to be responded to, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like the Cabinet Secretary for Energy to provide the implementation status report for the last mile connectivity program in Mwea constituency for the financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate when the Ministry plans to connect electric power to the home of one Kanjega Tito of ID number 34092663 at Kadega location, who paid Kenya shillings 35,000 connection fee on June 24th, year 2011, via quotation number E25-2020-11-080153. 3, Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the measures put in place to install transformers and complete electrical projects serving Kiamashiri Full Gospel Church and the residents of Kemore in Murindoko Ward, Kagumo, Kayuyu, Bambaine in Gadigiriri Ward, Bengoine, and Derwa villages. 4, Honorable Speaker, when will the Ministry connect electric power to serve users and residents of Bambaine in Tebere Ward, Mosagod, Dava, Kebukule, California, Kiarigi, and Gatitika villages in Mwea constituency? And finally, Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the timelines? Could the Cabinet Secretary provide, Honorable Speaker, bear with me. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide timelines within which the stalled electrification projects in Mwea constituency that have been surveyed and approved will be implemented? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So this go to the Departmental Committee on Energy. Let's go to the Honorable Bishop Titus Kamala.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 500 of 2021, and this question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Question number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progress report regarding the construction of the Lurambi-Navajola Road, classified as C41, in Lurambi constituency, which stalled in April 2021? Question Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the contractor abandoned the project in April 2021 and indicate the action to be taken against the said contractor for failure to meet his contractual obligations, including blacklisting him from being awarded other tenders in the region? Question Roman 3, could the Cabinet Secretary avail details of the new contractor, including name, address, and nationality? Question Roman 4, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the measures that the Ministry has put in place to ensure speedy completion of the said project to the said standards and state the expected completion timelines? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. Let's have the Honorable Majority Whip reading the question for the Honorable Chinali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I even read this question, number 501 of 2021 for Honorable Shinali. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, that using Standing Order 1, you will just allow me to put a corrigator that Honorable Bishop has read the road coming to Navaholo, such that, Honorable Speaker, in the reply, let also the minister indicate how much so far has been spent on that road from the time when the contractor abandoned the road. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as per your permission, allow me to read question number 501, 2021, on behalf of the MP for Ikolomani, who has rushed out on parliamentary assignment, Honorable Speaker. The member for Ikolomani, Honorable Bernard Shinali, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Petroleum and Mining, when will the government issue a lease to an investor towards the establishment of a gold refinery in Ikolomani constituency in regards to the lease applications requested by the Ministry on 28 June 2021 for the land parcel LR numbers Kakamega/Iguhu /2658 and Kakamega/Iguhu/2659. Considering that the county government of Kakamega has since written a letter of no objection to the establishment of the refinery as required by Section 36, subsection 2D of the Mining Act 2016. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
This will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. And Honorable Whip, you may need to find your way to the Committee on Transport concerning the road issue so that you can present or prosecute your request. I'm sure it can be enjoined in that of the Honorable Hamala. Let's go to Honorable Moses Kirema, member for Central Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is 542 of 2021, and it goes to the chairperson of Judicial Teachers Service Commission, Madam Speaker. Could the chairperson provide a report on the current staffing levels for teachers in each primary and secondary school in Central Imenti constituency in terms of the numbers in post Michavis, the authorized establishment? Question 2, Madam Speaker, is that could the chairperson of the Teachers Service Commission provide a list of teachers recruited from the year 2017 to date from both primary and secondary schools in Central Imenti constituency? And the third part, Madam Speaker, is that could the Commission consider employing local teachers to teach in local primary schools and secondary schools to address the concern that once non-local teachers secure employment in the area, they soon therefore seek transfers to other preferred regions, especially in the lower island areas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is directed to the relevant committee to be replied to by the Teacher Service Commission. Member for, Honorable Professor Jacqueline Odwall.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question 507 of 2021. Honorable Speaker, to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate whether the ministry has carried out any investigations into the circumstances which have occasioned the cases of destruction of school properties, in particular, burning of dormitories, and if so, what were the findings of the investigations? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the correlation between very high budgetary projections for reconstruction of property destroyed during the school's unrest as instituted by the administration of schools and the amount charged per student? And 3, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure the safety of all learners in public schools, given that in many cases, students in the affected public schools leave the said institutions without the authority from the administration? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
This is a question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Honorable Sankok, what's out of order in the questions?
Honorable Speaker, I don't know if my eyes are failing me now, but there is a stranger in the house. Honorable Speaker, the lady just behind me, I don't know if she's a member of parliament or is it because of the mask. I don't know. She's too beautiful to be a member of parliament.
You're out of order, Honorable Sankok. You are totally out of order, Honorable Sankok. That's the Honorable Member for Gatundu North, Honorable Annie. So you're out of order, Honorable Sankok. You might just be attracting attention to yourself and the Honorable Member by asking that irrelevant question. Now you know her. Let's go to the member for Embakasi West. Honorable George Theuri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask question number 509 of 201. 2021. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain measures put in place by the Ministry to ensure security of relatives or next of kin of victims or convicted, suspected criminals who escape from remand or prisons, considering the increased cases of escape of the said suspects or convicts? For instance, the alleged child serial killer, Mr. Masten Wanjala, who escaped from Jogoo Road Police Station under unclear circumstance. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the action taken against police officers responsible for aiding the suspects or convicts to escape from police stations, cells, remand, and prisons? Thank you, Madam.
So the question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Honorable Longondo Were.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to ask question number 510 of 2021 directed to Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Roman 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the causes of persistent power blackouts and power surge in Oyugis town in Kasipul constituencies that have led to the massive losses for the business community and damages to household electronic devices? Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain when the street lighting projects under the last mile connectivity programs on the following roads in Oyugis town and its environs as expected to be completed? Oyugis Kosele, Nambakarabok, Kawere Market, Oyugis Secret Town, Oyugis Kuoyo, Oyugis Manyoro Market, Oyugis Nyangiela Dole and Ombek Market, Oyugis Gamba, and Oyugis Rodika Kuom, and Oyugis Roga Market in Oyugis Town. Roman 3, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a status report for the last mile connectivity programs in Kasipul constituency? Roman 4, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of electric power connectivity to schools and learning institutions in Kasipul constituency? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Energy. Let's have the member for Langata, Honorable Korir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the question number 511 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the stalling of the construction of the following markets in Langata constituency: Karen Market, Talent Market in Mugumoini Ward, and South Sea Market? Number two, what measures have been put in place to ensure that the said projects are completed, and could the Cabinet Secretary provide the expected completion time? Thank you, Madam.
This will be replied before
Madam Speaker, it's also important to note that these functions were county government functions, but they were transferred to national government through the NMS. And as you know, Madam Speaker, NMS is an amorphous body that you cannot even ask a question from this parliament, from this house, because you don't know where it's staying. So that's why I've asked this question to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Housing and Urban Development.
You will get your reply through the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Honorable Nasir, you have, I see an intervention from you. Request for intervention.
Asante sana. Madam Speaker, ningeomba mwelekeo kutoka kwa jumba hili. Madam Speaker, tarehe 16 mwezi wa Juni mwaka 2022 niliuliza swali kwa mwenyekiti ambaye kwamba anahusika na masala ya wafanyakazi labor, na masala haya yalikuwa ni kuhusiana na wafanyakazi wa bandari, mashirika bandari ya Kenya Port Authority.
Was it a question or a statement?
Moja ilikuwa ni question, moja ilikuwa ni statement, Madam Speaker. Na Madam Speaker, yakawa ni mambo mawili katika moja. Ya kwanza ilikuwa ni kuhusiana na nyongeza ya mishahara. Pili, kulikuwa kuna vijana 247 ambao wanakamati wako hapa watakubaliana na mimi, vijana chipukizi ambao kwamba waliajiriwa wakawa baada ya kila miezi wanaambiwa nendeni nyumbani, wanaregea. Licha ya kuwa shirika lilivunja sheria kwa sababu sheria ya Kenya haikubali. Wakakubali KPA ya kuwa wataelezea washaajiri watu wangapi tangu siku hiyo. Sasa hivi, Madam Speaker, naomba mwelekeo kwa sababu kuna taarifa ambao kwamba wametangaza nafasi za kazi 200. Na waziri alipeana orodha ya kuwa ikifika katikati ya mwezi wa Novemba kamati itapatiwa jawabu kuhusiana na wale wafanyakazi 247 lini wanaregeshwa kazini. Sasa hivi kwa vile wametoa ilani hii ya kuwa kuna watu 200, Madam Speaker, tunaomba jambo hilo. Kisha pili, kulikuwa kuna kamati yenye kuhusika na fedha. Tuliweza kuuliza swali tarehe 14 Oktoba mwaka 2022 ya kwa Kenya Revenue Authority inalazimisha watu ambao kampuni pin yao ni ya mji ambao kwamba ni wa nje ya Mombasa lazima wachukue mzigo wao Nairobi. Na jambo hili Madam Speaker, mwenyekiti dadangu Gladys Wanga mpaka jana ameweza confirm na akakubali ya kuwa wizara imeandikiwa barua, lakini hawajaweza kuleta jawabu mpaka sasa. Kwa nini watu walioko katika Mombasa wanaangaliwa na macho tofauti kama ambao si wa Kenya wengine? Kwa nini wafanye biashara? Kwa hivyo haya mambo mawili, Madam Speaker, tunaomba tu ya kuwa tusitiwe kiungulia ambao kwamba na jambo ambalo kwamba ni chetu. Tunataka masala ya mji wetu na watu wetu wafae na chao, Madam Speaker. Na mimi nikizungumza hapa tutusemi kabila bali ni uzalendo. Na tukisema mwana Mombasa na Mpwani tunazungumza mtu ambaye kwamba rasilimali yake iko pale, amezaliwa pale, anaishi, ana biashara katika eneo lile bila ya kujali rangi, dini wala kabila. Na madam tunaenda katika likizo ambayo itakuwa ni ndefu, ningeomba Speaker utoe mwelekeo ili haya masala yaweze kujibiwa kwa wiki hii inayokuja. Hatutaki kuchukua jiji la Mombasa kama gavana likawa ni gofu, Madam Speaker. Asante sana.
Unasema maswali uliuliza kwa...
Yalikuwa ni mawili. Ilikuwa kamati ya kwanza ni kuhusiana na kamati ya leba, na ya pili ilikuwa ni kamati ya fedha. Kamati ya leba iko hapa na atakubaliana na mimi na anahisi yale ambayo kwamba tunayazungumza sisi.
Mwenyekiti wa leba, labda useme jambo, na sijui hilo lingine ni kwa Mheshimiwa Wanga. Yes. Labda WIP atatueleza vile kwa sababu kama imepita, wakati umepita, imepitwa na wakati ya kujibu. Mheshimiwa Nasir, nauliza, wakati ulipewa wa majibu umepita? Sawa. Wacha tusikie Leba.
Asante sana Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, ni kweli mbunge mwenzangu alikuwa na maswali mawili, ama alitaka tumjibu kwa mambo mawili, na tukawa tumejibu jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili lilikuwa kuhusu wale wafanyikazi 247, na tukamwahidi ya kwamba kwa wiki mbili kutoka wakati ule tutakuwa tumempa jawabu, na tukamwandikia cabinet secretary husika, na pia Kenya Ports Authority wakawa wametuahidi pia ya kwamba watatupatia jawabu. Madam Speaker, tangu wakati ule tumekuwa tukiuliza cabinet secretary husika, lakini hatujapata jawabu kuhusu hawa wafanyikazi 277, na ni huzuni kubwa kama vile nimesikia ya kwamba Kenya Ports Authority sasa kwisha advertise kuajiri watu wengine kabla ya kutatua lile tatizo ama kutupatia jawabu. Madam Speaker, nitalichukua jukumu lile na kuwasiliana kupitia ofisi ya clerk, tuone kama tutamlazimisha cabinet secretary kuleta jawabu wiki ijao, sababu hili ni swali ambao limekaa sana, Madam Speaker. Kwa hivyo tutawasiliana na ofisi ya clerk tuone ya kwamba jawabu limepatianwa ama limekuja wiki ijao. Nataka nitoe pole zangu kwa mwenzangu kwa sababu amekuwa akifuatilia sana, na ni vizuri kuona ya kwamba kuna wawakilishi katika nyumba hii ambao wanafuatilia sana dipoza masilahi ya watu wao waangaliwe vilivyo. Madam Speaker, nampongeza sana mwenzangu sababu kila siku tukikutana katika korido ananiuliza lile swali, na mwamhakikishia kwamba nitaichukua, nitaifuata mpaka tupate jawabu. Mwenzangu, asante.
Okay, I'm not sure there is something like corridor, but the message is home. Anyone to speak for Honorable Wanga, the National, the Planning Committee? Honorable Whip, do you have a word from Honorable Wanga?
Madam Speaker, nitaomba kwamba uniwie radhi kwa vile sina amri kutoka kwake kwa siku ya leo, lakini kutumia ofisi yangu vile vile ofisi ya mkuu wa wengi katika bunge niweze kuwasilisha ujumbe huo kwa Mheshimiwa Wanga, ili wiki lijalo mwenyewe akija hapa, Mungu akipenda, ikiwa ni Jumatano, aweze kujisimamia na aweze kumjibu Mheshimiwa Nasir vikamilifu. Nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Okay, honorable members and chairs of committees. Yeah, and you should also know that when cabinet secretaries are summoned to respond to questions or statements by members, there is a way to ensure compliance as chairs. So you need to look at your standing orders and enforce them to make sure that the things deliberated on the floor of the House do not become in vain. Honorable Sankok, I see you also have a point of intervention.
Be Speaker.
So for the two committees, remember we are going on recess next week. So, and with the urgency of the issues raised by the Honorable Nasir, we need to hear the respective chairs actually bring back feedback to the House. Honorable Sankok.
Be Speaker, pia mimi nilikuwa na swali miezi mitatu iliyopita ambao niliuliza waziri wa Interior and National Coordination, na swali ilikuwa alikuja huku bungeni na kupitia kwa Hansard akatuambia kwamba naibu wa rais ako na ekari 15,000 huko Laikipia, na akatoa stakabadhi ambazo zinaonyesha ako na shamba huko. Naibu wa rais akasema yeye ana shamba katika Laikipia, na unajua kumekuwa na shida huko Laikipia, watu wakiuana. Kwa hivyo tuliona ni kama waziri alikuwa anataka kuzushia ama kuinsight wale watu wa Laikipia ili waendelee kupigana, kuinsight watu ili wamchukie naibu wa rais. Tukamuuliza swali alete stakabadhi ya LR number na title deed number ili tujue kama kweli ile ambao alisema naibu wa rais ako na shamba huko Laikipia ni ya ukweli. Naibu wa rais akasema kama iko shamba yangu huko ipatiwe wananchi mahasla huko Laikipia, na tulikuwa tunataka pia kufuatilia kama walipata hiyo shamba na kugawia hao hustlers ambao wako huko Laikipia. Bi Speaker, mara 3 nimeitwa, nikatoka Narok nikakuja ili nijipiwe, sijapata jawabu. Ya mwisho na Speaker Justin Muturi alipatiana directive ya kwamba nijibiwe hiyo swali Alhamisi. Tukakuja hapa kwa main chamber Alhamisi, waziri hakukuja. Akatuma naibu wa waziri ambao ni CAS, naye naibu wa waziri akajibu maswali zingine zote, akasema ile swali langu la shamba la ekari 15,000 ambao wali claim ni ya naibu wa rais hawana jibu, hawana jawabu. Kwa hivyo nataka kukuomba kwa hekima mingi sana ya kwamba uambie kamati ya interior waweze kumwambia waziri anipatie jawabu whether enye imeandikwa ama enye atasema na mdomo, niletewe jawabu ili nipelekee watu wa Laikipia na pia naibu wa rais tujue kama hii mambo yote inasemekana juu yake ni ya kuekelewa, ni ya uongo, false accusation. Nashukuru sana kwa kunipatia fursa hiyo.
Okay, I think in the same breath, like the other 2 issues raised by the Honorable Nasir. Na Kiswahili hiki kinachanganya watu. You know, when the Honorable Sankok is speaking Swahili, you'd think he's speaking Kimasai. And I don't know why we never enforced that leader of majority. And, you know, we were supposed to be speaking Swahili every Thursday to make sure that we polish it. Because you have to listen so keenly when some members are speaking in Swahili to be able to follow what they are talking about. We need some tutorship. Now, the same issue, again, with the cabinet secretaries not responding to questions in time. And I don't know whether we have any representative of the Committee on Administration and National Security. We don't have. The Honorable Sankok says he raised the question has been raised 2 months ago, and no word from the Cabinet Secretary. He has been called to come all the way from his constituency 3 times. It is not in order. The Honorable Whip, I think, again, I will task you to speak. Is anyone willing to speak on that or ready? Honorable Sarah, are you a member of the committee? Then let's just stick to the committee on this particular issue. I don't want us to expound on that issue because we want to hear why the Cabinet Secretary is not answering to that question. So the Honorable Whip, again, I order that in our next sitting on Wednesday, we will want to hear from the 3 chairpersons as to why we are given timeframes and the cabinet secretaries are not responding to the questions. And again, to chairs, you know your standing orders, you know how to ensure compliance by cabinet secretaries. It can be a subject for sanctioning of a cabinet secretary for ignoring issues raised on the floor of this House. So we will hear from these three chairs next week to see why the inordinate delays. Now let's move to the statements. We will start with the Honorable Owen Bayaya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Owen Baya. I don't know why Parliament keeps on
Owen Baya.
putting the ya at the end.
Okay.
But it is important to know that ya is my middle name.
Sure.
Everything. Thank you very much. I would like to request for statements regarding power interruptions at the Baricho Water Works in Kilifi County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources regarding continued power interruptions at Baricho Water Works, leading to water shortage in coastal region. Honorable Speaker, the coast region is water scarce, with an estimated coverage of only 56%. Out of the 4.5 million people in the region, only 2.5 million people have access to potable water. The water supply in the region is majorly from the four connected bulk water supply systems, namely Baricho Water Works, Mzizima, Marere, and the Tiwi boreholes. Due to the terrain, most of the water supply systems rely heavily on pumping, which is made possible through power supply from the main grid. Honorable Speaker, the Baricho Water Works in particular has seen over 30% increase in electricity tariff, that is Kenya shillings 30 million. The high cost of energy, combined with the effects of COVID-19, has led to closure of hotels and loss of business from consumers, resulting in accumulation of electricity bills that amount to Kenya shillings 354 million by April 2021. Honorable Speaker, the disconnection of water by Kenya Power has led several times to closure of schools, hospitals, and homes suffer because of lack of water. Honorable Speaker, the cost of water in the coastal region is among the highest in Kenya, and any further upward adjustment of water tariffs will make water unaffordable, bearing in mind that water is a fundamental right in the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the following. 1. What measures has the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation put in place to subsidize the cost of water production for Baricho Water Works and offset the outstanding electricity arrears amounting to Kenya shilling 220 million as at October 2021? What immediate steps is the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation taking to ensure water supply is not disrupted due to power disconnections at Baricho Water Works and other water pumping stations in the country? What plans are there to grant a special tariff of power for bulk water suppliers in order to reduce cost of water? And finally, Madam Speaker, what alternative power sources is the ministry considering to employ at Baricho Water Works to ensure sustainability of water supply? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
So this goes to the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. The chair here. Okay. Any member of the committee or chairperson or vice chairperson to give a commitment on timeline? No one. Leader of Majority and Whip, can you be a mouthpiece for the chair?
I guess, Madam Speaker, we'll commit them to the standard 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
So that should be communicated to the chair. And then we have some responses to statements. We have the chairperson, Finance and National Planning, to respond to the Honorable Oundo. Anybody from planning? I can say, okay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to read a response to a statement by Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oudo, MP, on behalf of Honorable Gladys Wanga, who is committed elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2C, Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Ouda, MP, requested for statement on 17 July 2021 regarding the status of the Kenya Transport and Logistics Network. National Treasury responded as follows as to the issues raised in the statement. I, what is the legal status on the establishment of Kenya Transport and Logistics Network? Response. First response. The KTLN was established on 7th August 2020 by His Excellency the President, feed the Executive Order number 5, titled The Framework for Management, Coordination, and Integration of Public Port, Railway, and Pipeline Services. 2, the order was issued in response to need to meet a number of national objectives and priorities, among them A, the shared aspiration and capitalized in the Vision 2030 of transforming Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. B, the solemn duty of the state to guarantee access to public goods and facilitate the enjoyment of socio-economic rights. C, the Big Four agenda, focus on job creation and spurring of economic growth through manufacturing. D, the fostering of national competitiveness in the arenas of trade and ease of doing business. C, the compelling agency for enhancing efficiency and coordination and insulating against the rising cost of business. Duplication and insulating against the rising cost of business. F, the need to reorient ministries and state departments towards policy direction and regulatory, while also vesting commercial state-owned enterprise under the National Treasury. And G, the need to secure the maximum contribution to job creation and economic development by state-owned enterprises, assets and parastatals in line with the recommendations of the Presidential Task Force on Parastatal Reform. 3, the order was issued in the consensus of the need to establish a framework for a more effective and efficient management, coordination and integration of the operation of the state corporations, vested with the mandate of providing port, railway, and pipeline services. 4, consequently, His Excellency the President, in line with his constitutional mandate and Article 132 and powers under Section 7.3 of the State Corporation Act, and for the purpose of securing the implementation of the objective in the executive order, reconstituted the boards of ICDC, KPA, KRC, and KPC, and the requisite Gazette notices were issued and effected. Further, the administration and portfolios of KPA, KRC, KPC, and ICDC was vested in National Treasury within the National Treasury and Planning. Second question was, what is the organizational structure of this new entity vis-a-vis the existing structure for the Kenya Railways Corporation, Kenya Pipeline Company, Kenya Post Authority, and Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, ICDC. Honorable Speaker, through the executive order and pursuant to Section 7(1) of the State Corporation Act, CAP 446, the Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, ICDC, on behalf of the National Treasury, was vested with the mandate of coordinating the management of the state investments in ports, railway, and services. 6, ICDC on one part, and the Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Railway Corporation, and Kenya Pipeline Limited, jointly on the other part, were to enter into an agreement, the framework agreement, that is the framework, to anchor and integrate their operation towards establishing the Kenya Transport and Logistics Network. 7, the framework agreement was to secure the coordinated and synchronized implementation of the respective mandate of ICDC, KPA, KRC, and KPC, and add synergy to their structures, resources, operations, and services towards establishing a seamless and coordinated national transport and logistic network, styled as KTLN. The framework agreement was developed and signed by ICDC, KRC, KPA, KPC on 8th September 2020. In order to implement the framework agreement, the operating entities developed a joint operating agreement to address specific thematic areas of cooperation in pursuit of the 4 broad objectives. The joint operation agreements were signed on 21st December 2020. The areas of cooperation towards achievement of the objectives of the framework agreement were identified and classified into 10 specific areas, namely strategy, operation, information and communication technology, finance, governance, risk management, internal audit, shared services, communication and public relations, and change management. 10, dedicated work streams comprising staff from the operating entities and ICTs were formed to implement the activities and each of the areas of cooperation. At the end of the June 2021, implementation of 50% of the activities were ongoing, with the remaining 50% being dependent activities scheduled to commence on completion of the preceding activities. Roman 3 was a public participation and comprehensive stakeholders engagement undertaken regarding the creation of the identity, including engaging the Dog Workers Union as required under Article 10.227 and 232 of the Constitution. Executive orders and public participation. Executive orders number 5 of 2020 was issued by His Excellency the President, pursuant to his powers under Article 132(3) of the Constitution of Kenya, to organizing government in a bid to ensure efficient service delivery, pursuant to the executive order donated to him by the people of Kenya and under the Constitution of Kenya. 12, Article 132 of the Constitution of Kenya provides for the functions of the President. These functions include, but not limited to, directing and coordinating the functions of ministries and government departments. 13, Section 4 of the State Corporation Act provides for ministerial responsibility for state corporation. 14, premises on the above provision of the law, it follows that the action of directing and coordinating the functions of ministries falls within the functions of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. Further, that a national functions of directing and coordinating the functions of ministries and government departments involves organizing various offices and functions of those ministries, including but not limited to various state departments. Honorable Speaker, the decision to transfer KPA, KPC, and KRC to National Treasury under the ambit of the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning from the Ministry of Infrastructure is within the powers of the President. The move as provided in the proviso in Article 132 3B of the Constitution is not inconsistent with an act of Parliament. We do note that the Kenya Post Authority Act, CAB 391, and the Kenya Railways Corporation Act, CAB 397, do not make specific mention of the ministry or the cabinet secretary responsible. Therefore, the assigning of the responsibility to cabinet secretary in charge of national treasury is within the powers of the president as communicated through the executive order. 16. Public participation is anchored in law and actualized under the right to be heard. In regard to the public participation, we note that the creation of KTRN was as a result of the findings in report of the Presidential Task Force on parastatal reforms. The post was subject to public participation as indicated on page 13 thereof. Further, pursuant to Article 10 of the Constitution on National Values, the National Treasury sought to have a framework agreement under which the stockholders affected by the executive order would operate. The 4 state entities, that is ICDC, KPA, KPC, and KRC, National Treasury, the State Corporation Advisory Committee, and the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice came together to develop a working document for proper implementation of the executive order. The boards and management of the 4 state entities were consulted throughout the process. It is as a result of this agreement that a comprehensive framework agreement on the working formula of KTRN was agreed. Yes.
How much more do you have to read? And I appreciate that it's a delegation, it's a delegated role.
Yes.
But you need not to read verbatim.
Okay.
You should try and summarize. And I can see the Honorable Oundo is very keenly following, so he has a copy of it.
Yes.
And of course the other members. But let's try and let's get a summary of things so that you don't read word by word.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe I go to the last one. Could the chairperson explain the circumstances that led to KPA to license private companies and firms, namely regional logistics, mission courts, and port site, to compete with government with regard to port services, and how does this impact on the unit? I think the others just follows. Maybe I can read this one because I think it's of interest. Yeah.
And remember that you should not be reading.
Yes.
Word by word.
Okay.
But just try and get a summary which makes sense to just conclude it.
Okay. In 2022, the authority of capacity of warehouse space compared to demand. The board met and agreed that they should open up the port services to other private entities so that they can decongest the port. And after negotiation, which followed, and the advertisement for expression of interest by various interested lessees were granted, and which included Mission Courts, Freight Limited, who leased Shed 2, Regional Logistics Center, who leased Shed B3, and Port Site Freight Terminal, who leased Shed number 5. Currently, these companies offer cargo handling services and therefore comprehend operation of the port. That you, Madam Speaker, signed by Honorable Gladys Wanga on 16/11/2021. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Oundo, are you happy?
Honorable Speaker, I think this is the dilemma this House faces, and this has been expressed by the Stamp Speaker many times, and probably in the wisdom of the principles, that's why we are pushing for BBI,
so that the cabinet secretaries, the ministers, whatever they are going to be called, they can sit in this house so that they can answer questions as asked properly. Honorable Speaker, as now has become a norm, many times these cabinet secretaries are dodging committee sittings and sending probably CAS who cannot be questioned thoroughly. Honorable Speaker, the statement as long as it is, as verbose as it is, literally has nothing of substance. Sorry to use this, and I can't hold him, the committee responsible, but just need to go on record. One or two things. It does not actually answer the questions asked. They simply take us through a litany of policy statements and policy wordings that adds no value. Honorable Speaker, number one, and more so tellingly, question 2 has not been answered at all. And that was, what was the organizational structure of the new entity vis-a-vis the existing one? We are creating an amorphous organization that seems to start to usurp the power inherently donated to Treasury to hold government assets on behalf of the government. What we are trying to do here, whatever mischief we are trying to do, nobody ever knows. And you know, with this government, you never know what it's all about. Honorable Speaker, I also want to mention on the issue of public participation. They mentioned the task force report on parastatal reform that began during the era of Honorable Mwai Kibaki. Honorable Mwai Kibaki left office in 2013. These changes were being made in 2020. You cannot, honestly speaking, use public participation done in 2001, 2002 to purport to be current public participation. Then at that rate, we are actually subverting the provisions of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in respect of Kenya Power, there are unions. In respect of even Kenya Power, they have unions that represent the workers. Failure to consult them is actually a transversity and a breach of the law. That's why we are saying, Honorable Speaker, as much as there's something on record, it does not answer the questions that we hoped to be answered. Probably I'll have to go back, have further consultation with the clerk's office to see how best to extract the correct response out of the ministry in respect of this matter. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do to empathize and sympathize with my colleague because he's a harmless messenger, and there's nothing I can do. If I had the powers, probably I've told him return to the sender. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sotsi. And be brief.
Madam Speaker, I've been listening very keenly to the response to the request for statement by Dr. Undo, and I thought that the matter raised there was quite substantial, and I was just wondering why, though we have a limitation has been pointed out by Dr. Undo in terms of cabinet secretary sitting in this house. But I thought the committees have an obligation when a matter is of national importance like this to invite the cabinet secretary to come and respond to the issues before the answer is brought to this house. Because listening to the answers do not correlate with the question, and really it is not justice to the statement that he requested. So I would ask that, Madam Speaker, you order that the committee looks at this matter seriously. Even though they have tabled a statement, they need to look at this matter seriously and possibly give this House a report on the same. And this should apply to many other cases where members have brought statements here and there is no sufficient answers given by the respective cabinet secretaries.
All right. I think Obviously, the Honorable Oundo is far from being satisfied with the, you're actually dissatisfied entirely with the response. And the Honorable Kimilu is just reading a statement written by someone else through the chair. And I think for us to address the issue adequately, the committee should summon the cabinet secretary and invite the Honorable Oundo and any other interested members to again, or rather to listen to the, a face-to-face engagement with the cabinet secretary, because you seem to be rubbishing the whole thing that it does not respond to. You're on cross purposes with what has been given, it seems. So Honorable Kimilu and the chair, that should be the direction. Because no one can speak for the author of that statement.
Chair, I'm Honorable David Mboni, not Kimilu.
Honorable Mboni? Mwalika, yes. Yes, Honorable Mwalika. So you got the point to be relayed to the chair. So Honorable Oundo, you need to follow up, and hopefully that can be done the soonest possible. Let's have the Honorable Chair for Finance and National Planning once again responding to the Honorable Aden Duale. Honorable Mwalika.
Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Duale is not here. So we will carry it forward because you will not, there is no one to listen to what you have to present. So unfortunately, the Honorable Duale, by a fault of his own, he will have to wait longer. The Honorable Munene Wambugu. Okay. To be, again, Honorable Member representing the Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to read a response to statement by Honorable Munene Wambugu, MP. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, Honorable Wambugu, MP, requested for a statement on that 23rd September 2020 regarding the upsurge of unregulated investment schemes and financial front status. National Treasury responded as follows to the issues raised in the statement. How many regulated and unregulated schemes are in existence in the country, if any, and could the chairperson provide a list of the said schemes and actions that have been taken against them? Speaker, the number of regulated schemes are as follows. Collective investment schemes, 26, 28. Real estate investment trusts, 3. Online money managers, 1. The list of unregulated schemes is as follows. I think it can be seen. It's listed very well. And then the following real estate investment trusts are also approved. Akon Development Real Estate Investment Trust, Akon Investment Real Investment Trust, REIT, and ARM Valley AREIT. Licensed online foreign exchange money manager, Standard Investment Bank Limited, trading as MANSAX. Unregulated schemes. Unregulated schemes are at various stages of investigation. These are as presented below. Cases pending before the court. I think you can see them. Cases, prostitution where the promoters and directors have secured injunction against CMA and Director of Criminal Investigation. Start with Cyton Investment Limited. On behalf of Cyton High Yield Solutions, has various stay orders against CMA and DCI, barring taking of any certain action. Certain has since filed civil suits against the CMA, Chief Executive Officer, and some managers of CMA. Cases under investigation, you can see them. The second question was, what steps are the government agencies taking to ensure that all the regulated and unregulated schemes are fully investigated, forensically audited, and perpetrators prosecuted at the court of law, and further money and funds that were illegally collected from various victims are returned to their owners. Madam Speaker, ease of reporting. CMA has developed online compliance and whistleblower portal on the website. I think that's very clear that somebody whistleblowers can go to the portal and be able to alert CMA on what is happening. CMA has established special investigation and enforcement unit for the administrative investigation and public unit, secondary from the Director of Criminal Investigation for criminal investigations. CMA has at its disposal a variety of administrative sanctions to impose on offenses committed by regulated entities. Offenses committed by unregulated are subject to venal sanctions. 11, the CMA has continually conducted raids on unlicensed operators and seized evidence and aligned promoters and directors of unlicensed schemes in court for criminal prosecution. Let me move to that question. Could the relevant ministry consider drafting and submitting rules and regulations to National Assembly for adoption that are geared towards better and sound management of the schemes in the country? The authority in the process of analyzing draft capital markets collective investment schemes, Regulation 2021, and draft capital markets collective investment schemes that intend to expand the scope of regulation to schemes that currently do not fall within the regulatory ambit. 5, what plans, if any, are underway to organize sensitization program on the heels of post-tax schemes, as well as financial literacy lessons to encourage the citizens on availability government empowerment programs for employed persons and any other economically challenged groups for possible safer ways of investment so as to reduce the inclination to invest in such regulated schemes. And this is very important. CMA has the following efforts and initiatives. Emphasis on constant, continuous, and repeated communication with thematic messages on regulated capital market products, lessons and entities in capital markets, risks of investing in unregulated products through unlicensed entities, partnership with the Capital Market Authority, engagement with industry association, strategic social media campaigns on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube in partnership with the industry. That is MoneyWise, a good platform, live section of Facebook, among others. Leveraging on ongoing CMA and industry-led events to drive editorial support, organizing corporate events in partnership with the industry players and key opinion leaders, such as golf tournaments, to seeking industry support. Engaging session with the leadership in Parliament and relevant committees to get buy-in, media training, engagement session to ensure clear understanding of legislated product and regulated products, regulated parameter of CMA, and other topical capital markets issues to ensure accurate reporting and mitigate against misleading and inaccurate reporting. Support industry events that help build confidence in CMA as a regulator at senior management and technical levels. And lastly, production of digital infomercials and short documentaries to carry tailored messages. The authorities recently launched a capital markets mobile application now on the Google Play Store, which will include several investor protection items. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Signed by Honorable Gladys Wanga on 23rd November 2021. Thank you very much.
Honorable Munene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think I must say that from the onset, the answer is quite satisfactory. And I think this is one of the few occasions when the cabinet secretaries or the institutions required to give answers, they have taken their time to give a good answer. And it is very eye-opening that quite a number of schemes in Kenya from this answer are actually unregulated. I'm surprised that even a huge company like Saito Investment is not regulated. And this shows how much Kenyans are actually exposed. And I also see even like that case in point, like they have gone to court to get injunction that they should not be investigated. And quite a number of unregulated schemes where they have cases pending in the court, about 8 and 18 under investigation. This is quite baffling. And also of concern is that through this answer, the minister has actually admitted there is a lacuna in law which these schemes have been exploiting. The only saving grace is that they are saying they are going to put 2 regulations which are at advanced stage to this, to bring them to this house before the end of this financial year, because so that these schemes which do not fall under the regulatory ambit, they are brought under regulations. So I think, Madam Speaker, without much ado, I must comment the answer is good. But I think, and I hope, when these regulations which are being drafted by the Capital Market Authority to bring on board all these schemes under regulation, I believe when they come to this house, the house is going to do the necessary, because we all know how many Kenyans have been swindled or fraudulently, their money fraudulently gotten through these schemes, where people come and come with all manners of goodies. You are going to invest your money, you are going to have a good dividend or good income, and eventually Kenyans end suffering. So I think this is a nice response and a good one, and I think we'll be looking forward to, as a house, to receive these regulations, and they should come not within this financial year, they should come like yesterday, so that we can be able to pass those regulations and they be enforced, so that all the schemes in Kenya which engage in investment, at least there are some regulations which govern them and which can be able to can be used to ensure that Kenyans are not swindled or their money for getting gotten from them. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for last chance.
Okay, that's well in order. Now we go to a statement by the chair, NGCDF, Honorable Munyinyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to give a routine update, what I would call, to the House regarding the status of disbursement and receipts of funds from the Treasury as of 24th November 2021. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the National Government Constituency Development Fund was allocated a total of 41,714,800,000 for financial year 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, after the ceiling was determined by the NGCDF board for each constituency, of course in consultation with our committee at the National Assembly, constituencies were asked to submit proposals for projects to the board and have since been processed. I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, that all the 290 constituencies have had their proposals considered and funds have been released to their constituencies. I'll shortly be explaining how they have received the funds, Honorable Speaker. Now, this, Honorable Speaker, has been, of course, pursuant to Section 39, subsection 2 of the Act, which provides that disbursement of funds to constituents' fund account shall be effected at the beginning of the first quarter of each financial year with an initial amount equivalent to 25% of the annual allocation for constituency, and thereafter the constituents' fund account shall be replenished in 3 equal installments at the beginning of the second, third, and fourth quarters of financial year. However, here, Honorable Speaker, I must say that because of the unique manner in which disbursements have been undertaken, we have not strictly followed this because the Treasury has been releasing funds in piecemeal based on collection of revenue. Therefore, the manner of release of funds from the Treasury has not been in accordance with this. But however, I must also point out that the funds have been released to the board and subsequently to the constituencies. And I wish to state here that the first quarter of the financial year has been received in full. That means that 10 billion plus has been received for the first quarter. Then additionally, another 10 billion has been received for the second quarter. Only a shortfall of about 400 million still exists, but the Treasury has assured is going to submit this. There's a table. When members who may be interested to look at it, I'll present it. They may check in room number 8. There's a table showing how the Treasury has disbursed the funds, each date and week and how much, which totals to 20 billion, 428 million. Honorable Speaker, the amount received from the Treasury has been dispersed to the constituencies as follows. 30 constituencies have received 50%. That is to say they have received 68 million point something, which is equivalent to 50% of the total amount in the ceiling. That amounts to 2 billion and 40 million, Honorable Speaker. 260 constituencies have received between 25 and 32% from the funds that have been received from the Treasury. This totals to 11.1 billion, what has been sent to constituencies that have not attained 50%. The reason I wish to point out, Honorable Speaker, why this scenario is because submission of proposals was not done at the same time. further release of funds from the Treasury also has not been at the same time. So first come, first served. And Honorable Speaker, 1 billion has been disbursed to the CDF Secretariat at the board for its administrative purposes. Now, Honorable Speaker, a total of 6 billion, which has been received in the past 3 weeks, including 2 billion for last week, has not been dispatched to the constituencies. And that is where now those constituencies that have received 25 to 32% are going to receive their full allocation for the first quarter. I mean, first quarter is now fully dispersed to the constituencies, but the second quarter now will be released to those constituencies so that we will all be at 68 million, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, in the recent meeting, I think 2-3 weeks ago, the Cabinet Secretary appeared before my committee, and he did make an undertaking, give an undertaking that he also understands this is a unique year. Next year we're going into elections, and every effort is being made to ensure that by February, all monies due to the constituencies would have been dispatched by the Treasury. Honorable Speaker, this is an undertaking. I am sure that we will need to follow up to ensure that it happens, because we are trying to ensure that no monies are rolled forward to a new financial year after elections. Because of the problems and challenges that we all understand, there may be new MPs in some constituencies, there may be old MPs, but to follow up from previous year will not be easy when funds have not been released, and even implementation of projects will have issues, Honorable Speaker. Now, there is also an issue of pending arrears of 4.9 billion, Honorable Speaker, which you're also aware that we did establish a subcommittee in our committee to investigate how these monies were brought forward, were carried forward from the previous years. And this report was tabled before the House. The House debated it and passed a resolution that this ought to be captured, in the coming supplementary budget, so that this can be sorted out, because there are constituencies that have not received up to about 10 to 15 million each constituency, Honorable Speaker. The Implementation Committee of the House has picked the report, the resolution of the House. The Budget Committee has also been informed, and I'm reliably informed that the State Department for Planning has also captured the same and is being addressed, for purposes of the supplementary budget due before the House sometimes to come. I, Honorable Speaker, want to appreciate the role played by my friend, the leader of majority. He has been very consistent. I know he's interested in this, but he's been pushing the Treasury. Whenever I have encountered problems with the CS, he's always been available to call and even work to the Treasury to make sure that the funds are coming. So I want to appeal, leader, that you don't tire, because now we're going to a critical moment. Between now and February, we have 50% to be released. And I wish the Treasury could release even up to the third quarter, or even the fourth quarter, if the Treasury is able, by January, so that members will have ample time before the real campaigns come about to implement projects, to ensure that all projects in the constituencies are fully implemented, and that there is no question of arrears being rolled over or money being rolled over to the subsequent financial year, so that our successes, of course, as a parliament for this year will be looking at how we have implemented the projects, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank your office, Honorable Speaker, and the office of the clerk. You have all been involved to ensure that the Treasury does release funds to get to the constituencies. And all those that have also tried their best to help to see that funds are received. Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal that the same spirit, leader, and your office, the same spirit prevails so that we ensure that these funds that we expect are released without delay. Unfortunately, the Treasury sometimes, if they were doing what they had assured on a weekly release of 2 billion, we would be at the third quarter, but they have not been doing so. So I hope that they're going to refer to that release so that we get all the funds. I didn't want to take so much time. I've just picked summaries. Members who are interested to get details of each constituencies, which one has received what, and so on, can check in room number 8. With those few remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think that is very clear. Members want to say something? Yes. Honorable Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much. And on the same breath, I want to thank my brother, Honorable Wamunyinyi, the party leader for Kenya, for this detailed report on the status of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, when we were making this budget a while back, the budget which we operate on today, there was a universal agreement that CDF monies would be released by December of this year, so that we can hence concentrate on delivering the mandate to our people. Honorable Speaker, now they have shifted goalposts from December, and now they are talking about February. And there are accruing balances amounting to 4.9 billion. Initially, my constituency, Nyando, was not part of that accruing balances. But in the last financial year, my constituency never received a tune of 12 million shillings, which has then been fed onto the current balances. So failure by Treasury to play ball and do as this House would demand, we may, at the end of this financial year, end up with even a bigger balances accruing from our people. Honorable Speaker, it is true that we have categories upon which funds are devolved to the grassroots. We've got the county monies and the NGCDF from the national kitty. The only effective funds that impact on the lives of our people is NGCDF. You ask anybody and they will tell you that. Because again, the way this was tailored, that monies are plugged onto projects, make it very difficult for any pilferages to occur. And our people will tell you that if there is any monies that would circulate, because we only deal with local contractors, unlike the national government that would engage Chinese, this is the only money that percolates downwards to improve the lives of our people. And therefore, any delay means suffering out there. But I acknowledge that the government tends to also look at the grandiose projects done by the Chinese, like you have this express highway from the airport, and they religiously pay those contractors monies that get shipped abroad to China and other countries. But instead of empowering our people through NGCDF, and this is not a lot of money, Madam Speaker, it is only 2.5%. The government has 97.5% at its disposal to play with as much as they want. But this money, as small as it can be, impacts very positively on the lives of our people. We are talking about CBC, for instance. The government did talk about releasing 10 billion shillings to go towards new classrooms. I don't know whether any constituency has seen that money. And I don't know whether it will ever be released, Honorable Madam Speaker. So this NGCDF is what the government needs to pay much attention to. And I want to thank our majority leader who has pursued these monies together with my brother, Honorable Wamunyinyi, the committee chair. But they need to do more so that, as we did agree, that by the end of December, all the monies should be in constituencies' accounts. And now they're talking about February. By the end of February, they may shift goalposts to April. And the government will soon be coming here in this same house so that we can pass the supplementary budget to them. In democracies that work, we will create a gridlock so that they firstly finish up with us, then we can now help them get their supplementary budget. But we will be twisted into this house that at the end of the day, they get what they want, but MPs will be here languishing with projects that will never be implemented at the end of the day. And just as my brother, Honorable Wamunyinyi, has said, some of us will come back. Definitely I'll be here. But what happens to those who will perhaps not make it? What then happens to their manifesto, which was for 5 years, not 4 years? So I implore upon the leadership of this House to work in collaboration with the NGCDF committee so that we can quickly get these pending monies. Our children should not be languishing at home due to lack of school fees. The classrooms that we are building through NGCDF, I don't know about what the government is doing with the CBC classrooms, that these classrooms will be done in good time, and that the manifesto that we did set for our people lasting 5 years will indeed be implemented at the end of this term. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Okello, you may need to offer some consultancy services to other members. You know, you said you're surely coming back after 2022. And you know where we are at the moment. It's the Lala Salama. So members, you might want to speak to the honorable member so that you can get the same surety that he has. But I think the chair has spoken well about CDF. Honorable Oundo?
Chair.
Yeah, and be brief, Honorable.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, let me appreciate the chair of the committee for that splendid report. Of course, just want to persuade him plus the leadership that the balance in 2020-2021 is critical because these projects were already identified, committed for. Quite a number of the schools or the institutions that are supposed to get those projects are already asking, and it's becoming a problem. I think the sooner the supplementary budget comes or a way to get that money comes, we need to get it out of our way. For some of us who are 100% sure of coming back, even if the 2021-2022 delays, we really have no problem. We can complete them in the next calendar year. But for the previous year, it is important. Quite a number of projects have already been committed. We have already made commitments to the schools and promises. It will look that we didn't intend to keep our promises. And the only thing it can do, if we are going to have gotten 80% of the votes, it can reduce it to the standard 54% of faranga via computer. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I know it's a matter of very serious interest for members. Just take 1 minute to comment. Honorable Wangwe?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the chair, that indeed you've really made us proud. Honorable Speaker, the only issue of concern I have is the balance of 4.9. I was a member of the committee some times back, and it has been a challenge. But the Honorable Speaker, the current chair has made it possible. Now that we have the report with us, and the chair has really analyzed it properly, I want to ask him to work very closely with the chair on implementation, so that at least that money, the 4.9, is not just pledged and placed into the budget, but let's have it in the supplementary, Honorable Speaker. Let's not do without it, let's have it, and I'll ask the CS, Honorable Yatani, that we must really have that money in the supplementary. Through the leader majority, it's important that you also assist us to make sure we actualize that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Manje?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to also thank the Chair, National Government CDF, for the good update. At least now we know where we are. But also I want to ask the Treasury to do something this year, because you see these are unique. Next year is a unique year. We are going for election. And most likely, as it has happened before, many members will not come back, maybe about 70 to 60%, meaning that the projects that are supposed to be done next year should be given priority by the government so that they are completed. And also you'll find that the CDF is a very good model that is normally monitored by the public. So it's a sure way, a sure bet where the money taken will go to the correct cause. And also CDF is very visible in the country. You go throughout the country, you will see those unique projects from this kitty. So I think the way to go, because we are not able to monitor how these other monies are spent in the country, CDF is the way to go. Also, during this particular period where we are coming out of COVID, it is good to alleviate our citizens by making sure that this money is released before maybe before January or before February, as the chair has said, so that at least we can give these bursaries and alleviate the poverty that is in the constituencies. I support them.
Okay, I think, okay. I see Honorable Murugara.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me also to join the others in thanking the chairman for that update he's given to us. I think our position has been clearly explained by Honorable Kello, and that is what we stand by. Thank the majority leader who has persistently assisted us get the money when the Treasury becomes adamant. But may I make one plea, that there be some form of equalization. We've just heard that some constituencies have received between 25 and 35%, while some have received 50%. We may not be able to know the reasons behind, but if there can be a form of balancing so that that disparity is cleared and that there is some form of equity as we proceed with the way the money is released by the board, then it would be useful to us as members of parliament. Otherwise, let what has been promised, that by February we have the entire CDF kit released so that we are able to implement those projects which the government itself, through the board, has approved for us. Thank you.
Honorable Losiako Kosing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this small chance to say something on this CDF. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to be on record to thank, or in thanking, the leader majority, Honorable Kimunya. Madam Speaker, people don't understand how Honorable Kimunya works. He's just a diplomat. People might misunderstand that. And I remember he was being bashed during some particular times, and he was really working very hard. And he was not chairman, and he's not chairman of CDF. So I want to thank him. And also, Madam Speaker, follow it up by saying that we are heading also to a very critical and very difficult time. You know, when we go for this, it's a long one, until maybe January. And sometimes things move when we're in Parliament. So, but when we are out of Parliament and we're at home, doing things that we're doing for our people, you know what happened? Treasury seems, or people in Treasury think that we have gone to sleep. And therefore it becomes very difficult even to move those monies. And I want to implore upon our leader majority that he should be our Parliament when we are on recess, so that he can be working to National Treasury to make sure that these funds follow us. And that goes together with what Honorable Murugara said. What about if few constituencies, Madam Speaker, that are 40 constituencies have received 50%? What about these 200? You know, it's now bringing those issues into focus, because, Madam Speaker, what are we going to do at home? We're supposed to be now contacting and actually doing those development projects. So I want to implore again our leader majority and our chairman, our able chairman, our very able chairman, Madam Speaker, and through your office, that don't sleep, let members also be busy at home during this time through CDF. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Munene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance also to add my voice to this. And from the onset, I want to sincerely thank the chairman and also the leader and the whole committee for doing a good job. However, Madam Speaker, I think my concern is that it should not be an issue like you are appealing, because I think the law is very clear when this money is supposed to be released. Each financial year, whatever we are supposed to get, we should get during that financial year, not because some of us may not come back and there will be that issue of a rolling over. Is that the money should be released at appropriate time and timely. And more so, especially the outstanding 4.9. Where we know most of us, most of the committee had committed that money, and I think, and even given some work which is yet to be paid. And I would want to disagree with my colleagues a bit and say, I belong to that school which I think for the first time, this house has done very well, and we should break the record. Instead of minority coming back, actually majority should come back. So I think most of us should come, will be back, but even as we prepare to come back, let the money be released in time so that we can be able to meet those obligations, more so when this calendar of education is so squeezed such that the parents are having issues of paying the school fees. And most of us, most of our money actually, most of the CDF money go towards bursary, almost at 5%. So those are my comments, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can now move and have the Honorable Leader of Majority issue his statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, the 16th of November, 2021, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking members for their dedication and active participation in debate in the last 2 days, when we have sat till late in the evening. We had some commendable progress in processing business before us. However, and I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you share this with me, I wish to note that members whose business is scheduled for consideration need to avail themselves in the House to avoid the repercussions that come with failure to show cause. Taking yesterday, for example, there was a committee report and several individual members' bills which had been slotted and were reached, but none of the members was available to move those bills. I hope the ones for today will actually be there. Honorable Speaker, it's evident that we have very limited time to consider the pending business. We are also aware that next week the House proceeds on its long recess. I therefore wish to urge members to cooperate and sacrifice a few hours in the evening to join the House in expediting the pending business. And I want to thank members for agreeing to also sacrifice Thursday morning to expedite the pending business. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday next week, 30th of November 2021, both houses are scheduled to have a joint sitting where His Excellency the President will make the annual State of the Nation address. I know that you've already guided members on this, and I just want to add that in the course of the week, as is the practice and pursuant to Standing Order number 24, there shall be debate on the policy initiatives outlined in the President's address. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order number 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Energy is scheduled to appear before the Departmental Committee on Energy on Thursday, the 2nd of December at 10 a.m. to respond to question number 465 of 2021 by the Honorable Paul Abur regarding the current status of electrification in public education institutions, as well as a progress report on the last mile connectivity program within the Rongo constituency. Number 2, question number 472, 2021, by the Honorable Samuel Atandi, regarding the criteria employed by the Kenya Power and Lighting Company to engage WBP Standard PLC in its operations as flagged in the Auditor General's report for the year ended 30th of June 2020. Question number 479 of 2021 by the Honorable Michael Mushira, Ojoro MP, regarding the delay in metering of over 25 projects undertaken by the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation, REREC, in Ojoro constituency, and when it will be metered. And last one, question number 482 of 2021 by the Honorable David Mwalika Mboni from Kitui Rural constituency regarding the replacement and repair of 40 transformers and revival stalled electrification projects in Kitui Rural constituency. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on Tuesday, the 30th November 2021, to schedule the business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, order. I have a guide to issue before we go to the next order. Honorable members, I wish to give a guide on the business appearing as order numbers 16, 18, and 19 in the order paper for Thursday, 25th November 2021. Honorable members, this guide relates to the business appearing under order numbers 16, 18, and 19 in the order paper for today, Thursday, 25th November 2021. Under order number 16, which is the referendum number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020, I have received representation from a number of members who had submitted their notice of proposed amendments to the bill. However, the proposed amendments are yet to be processed and included in the order paper. In this regard, I hereby defer the order from today's order paper. With respect to the business appearing under order number 18, regarding the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2020, it will be recalled that the bill was listed in the order paper on Thursday, 19th August 2021 for second reading. However, honorable members, the Honorable David Kosing, CBS MP, Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing, sought leave of the Speaker to defer consideration of the bill to a later date in order to allow further consultations with stakeholders, among them being the Engineers Board of Kenya and the Institute of Engineers of Kenya. Honorable members, among the objectives of the then report of the committee on the bill was a proposal to introduce an amendment, the effect of which was to open up the position of the Director General of Kenya Roads Board to professionals other than engineers only. Further, the Office of the Speaker had received petitions and representations from the Engineers Board of Kenya, the Institute of Engineers of Kenya, and the general public cautioning against such proposal. In his request to defer the bill, the Honorable Kosing undertook to engage key stakeholders and the public further on the foregoing proposal and table an addendum report thereof. It's on account of the foregoing that the Speaker granted leave and deferred consideration of the bill until the committee tables an addendum to their report regarding the outcome of the engagements. Honorable members, it is on record that yesterday, Wednesday, 24th November 2021, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, tabled an addendum to the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, on its consideration of the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill 2021, tabled on 5th August 2021. In this regard, the Speaker has reinstated the bill to proceed for consideration at second reading and subsequent stages. Honorable members, with regard to the Advocates Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2021, appearing under order number 19 in today's order paper, the Office of the Speaker is in receipt of a letter from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, seeking leave to withdraw the bill pursuant to Standing Order 140. Before I guide the House, it is worth noting as follows. 1. The Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs introduced the bill in furtherance of its own recommendations as contained in the report on its consideration of public petition number 20 of 2021 by one Mr. George Njenga Mwaniki and 12 others, seeking amendment of the Advocates Act, Cap 16, to allow admission of law practitioners from the republics of Rwanda and Burundi to the role of advocates in Kenya. 2. In its report tabled in this House on 12th October, in its report tabled in this House on 12th October 2021, the committee agreed to the petitioner's prayers that Parliament ought to legislate in the manner proposed in the bill in question. And 3, the bill was read a first time on 10th November 2021 and is undergoing public participation, and the period for submission of memoranda opened on 11th and closed on 23rd November 2021. I can reasonably believe that the committee might not have applied itself to the submissions made by the rest of the public and key stakeholders on the bill, save for the submission of the Office of the Attorney General. In this regard, I hereby defer the business appearing under Order Number 19 to await the Speaker's determination of the request by the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in light of Standing Order 140, which grants the Speaker the discretion to consider the merit of such request before granting leave to withdraw a bill. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 14, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2021. First reading. An Act of Parliament to amend the Higher Education Loans Board Act. Order number 15, motion. Approval of nominees to the Kiambaa Constituency Committee.
Chair.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and beg to move that pursuant to provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the Kiambaa Constituency Committee of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, November 11, 2021, as follows. 1, George Muiruri Wamboi, a male youth representative. 2, Geoffrey Ndigi Mukora, male adult representative. 3, Isabel Murugi Kinyanjui, female youth representative. 4, Elizabeth Wamboi Kitau, female adult representative. 5, Anne Nduta Karioki, representative of persons with disability. 6, Jackson Mbugua Kinyanjui, nominee of the constituency office, male. 7, Rose Wanjiku Nganga, nominee of the constituency office, female. Honorable Speaker, all the nominees are first appointment. This is a result of the by-election that was held in Kiambaa constituency.
Did you say they are on first appointment? I can see some who are on reappointment.
Yes, majority are first appointment, the others are reappointment.
Yeah.
It's a mixture of first appointment and reappointment, Honorable Speaker. I beg your pardon. As I was saying, Honorable Speaker, this was a result of the by-election that was held in the constituency following the death of our colleague, the Honorable Paul Koinange. I am sure that the member of the constituency is in the House and would possibly be accorded a chance once the question has been proposed to confirm, Honorable Speaker, that these are the nominees from the constituency. And having said that, because this is procedural, merely seeking House approval of membership of the committee. There is not much that I want to add, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I beg to move and ask the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion by the Chair NGCDF, and also thank the Honorable Member of Kiambaa, my very good friend Honorable Wanjiru, that he has really complied with the CDF Act. When you look at the way he has placed his and Honorable Wanjiru, I just want to wish you well. You came in a bit towards the end of the, and may the people of Kiambaa look at you with mercy and support you to be among the 30% who are likely to come back. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I second.
Other members? I thought somebody had talked about the breaking the jinx of the 70%, which is more positive. Honorable members, I wish to propose the question on the motion, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the Kiambaa Constituency Committee of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, November 11, 2021, as per the order paper. I would imagine that maybe the member for Kiambaa would have something to say on this. And I can see that he's listed here. Honorable Kawanjiko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I confirm that I'm cognizant of those names, and I want to thank the House for approving the members so that we can be able now to take the opportunity to take the Kiambaa to the next level.
It has not yet been approved, so you should be seeking.
I'm seeking the approval of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the correction. I'm actually seeking the approval of the House for those members of the CDFC committee so that we can now be able to work and ensure that we deliver our promises that we made to the Kiambaa people. I'll also want to take the opportunity to correct my senior, Honorable Ngoy, that my name is not Wanjiru, my name is Kawanjiko or Wanjiko. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, we shall defer the putting of the question until Wednesday next week. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 17, the Public Finance Management Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2020, second reading.
Chairperson, Finance and National Planning. Honorable Whip, do you have any brief? Or we skip it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll seek that your indulgence that we skip it for now until the next time the House business will give it priority. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It is so ordered. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 18, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2021, second reading.
Chairperson.
I thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this motion which is the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2021, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I move this very fundamental motion, I would like to assure the House, as you communicated earlier, that there was further consultation because during public participation, some members of the public thought that we should open to other professions. So I want to assure the House this afternoon, Madam Speaker, that through public participation and through consultation, that has been removed, Madam Speaker, and therefore the bill is retained as it is without amendment or without proposed amendment, Madam Speaker. What does that mean, or what is the import of that, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker? The import is that the Director Generals, as it is provided for in the bill, Madam Speaker, for Kera, Kura, and Kena, shall be retained as engineers. I think that is the bottom line, Madam Speaker. And therefore, that is to allay fears of all other members, members of the public, members of the Engineers Board of Kenya who appeared before the committee, and all other participants, Madam Speaker. And I think it is a thought of Kenyans. And there was a reason, Madam Speaker, which I will, of course, prosecute later. But first, things first. So it is therefore retained for engineers. That is point number one I would like to say, Madam Speaker, as I move this fundamental bill. Point number two, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is proposing only 3 amendments, or 3 clauses. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is a provision which is in this clause, which is amending the 2007 Act of term of the Director Generals. And it's amending, Mr. Speaker, to move it from 3 years to 5 years, Mr. Speaker. And this is very fundamental. The reasons of the committee are as follows. That, Mr. Speaker, number one, this was carried in our initial bill that died in Senate. We had proposed, Mr. Speaker, that all Director Generals of these entities, that we give them 5 years in our bill, 2017 bill, that died in Senate. So it passed through this House, Mr. Speaker, with approval that we move the term of Director Generals of Kena, Kura, and Kera from 3 years to 5 years. That passed the House, Mr. Speaker, and also passed Senate. Only that because of those clauses that concerned counties, that Senate did not agree with us, that's why the bill then died there. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, this is almost a cut and paste. Point number one, that it passed the House, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are bringing it back. Number two is to cure what we call a project cycle. We have realized, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is good, this amendment is coming 4 years inside the office, Mr. Speaker, as committee. We have realized, Mr. Speaker, that for one to do a successful project in roads, Mr. Speaker, it requires, first of all, design of the road. After designing of the road, it is followed by resourcing and finance and looking for money. And after you get the money, you advertise. After advertisement, it is implementation. It takes a bit of some time, Mr. Speaker. That's the truth. So if you bring a Director General for 3 years, my goodness, the 3 years will end, Mr. Speaker, before even maybe fundraises for the road, for the project. So what does that mean? It means, Mr. Speaker, it leads to what I call instability in all those agencies in terms of designing and looking for the project, for the money for the project to be implemented, Mr. Speaker, successfully. And that's what we thought. To reduce that instability, Mr. Speaker, we agree and we propose that the House agrees with us that we give this gentleman 5 years. They are doing a great job, Mr. Speaker. You see what is happening in our country. All over, almost every constituency in this country, Speaker, something is happening. And therefore, we are thinking that it will be good. Rather than having somebody, before you settle, you go home. You are appointed the first year. The second year, before you settle, you are thinking about the third year going home. So we think that, Mr. Speaker, this will stabilize the agencies. The third reason, Mr. Speaker, that we agreed that we go this way is because of succession management, Mr. Speaker. When you don't have stable institutions in terms of the years, you find that there will be a lot of instability, even in succession, Mr. Speaker, and you can be able to witness that within the agencies that we have oversighted for the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we look forward to stabilizing institutions. We look forward to seeing at least a human being to oversee or see a project cycle complete, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we are doing that. And finally, one of our motive and import of doing it, Mr. Speaker, is that in the same Department of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, we have Director Generals with 5 years in the same ministry. And it begs, Mr. Speaker, the question that we don't want discrimination. That in the same department, when they go for leadership conferences or meetings, that you have some Director Generals with a term of 3 years, and you have some Director Generals in the same department, Mr. Speaker, of 5 years. It creates a bit of some discrimination and imbalance. And even also, Mr. Speaker, it creates some quiet intimidation in terms of the years, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are convinced that the House to agree with us so that we create synergy within the Department of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. The second proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, is, as you see in the bill, is to reduce the years of qualification for one to become a Director General, Mr. Speaker, from 15 to 10. And this is not just the years, Mr. Speaker. Years after one is registered as an engineer, Mr. Speaker. We are very convinced as committee that we better do that. You know why, Mr. Speaker? There are many reasons. And one of the motives of this committee that we agreed to go this direction, Mr. Speaker, and through the public participation, one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, is the age upon which somebody can then qualify or have 15 years post-registration experience, Mr. Speaker. We calculated, all of us, the 19 members of my committee, plus public participation members who came, that is members of the public. We realized, Mr. Speaker, that for you to actually qualify to become, in terms of years, age, for one to qualify and then to become a Director General in any of those agencies, you actually require 48 years, Mr. Speaker. We thought that was a bit discriminatory, or the 2007 law was actually meant for some few people. So what happens with the younger qualified Kenyans, Mr. Speaker? So 48 years, you're almost actually retiring. So you wait until 48 years when you are in the same industry of roads and engineers for you to qualify to become a DG. Is that really fair? It's not, Mr. Speaker. Most MPs here, in fact, you get an MP of different ages and they are very good MPs. I also give myself, Mr. Speaker, as an example. I was a CEO, which is equivalent to some of these Director Generals, at a much younger age, Mr. Speaker, in 2008 to 2012. And I did exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker, where I was, and that's why I was elected by the people, the great people of Pokot South, to represent them, because I did exceptionally well in the Kenya Film Classification Board, Mr. Speaker, which I got when it was Kenya Film Censorship Board. And I transformed it, Mr. Speaker, from a censorship board of less than 10 staff to what it is at the moment, Kenya Film Classification Board, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of it, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I can also be a living example. So if it was supposed to be that anybody to qualify for that to continue looking for 48 years, I might not have even qualified, Mr. Speaker. And yet I did a great job. And that is one of our motivations. Second, Mr. Speaker, is to treat what we saw or what we see in the engineers and in the road sector as apathy in terms of succession, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the Director Generals had actually acted, Mr. Speaker, for more than 5 years. Why? Maybe one of the reasons is they were trying to look or trying to reach the age of requirement for that person to qualify to become a Director General, Mr. Speaker. So we thought that is a bit punitive, Mr. Speaker. That was a bit discriminatory, and actually designed for some few people. So, Mr. Speaker, we are thinking, said, no, we cannot do that as a country. We better move all of us together differently. And, Mr. Speaker, if you take 15 to 10, and if you need 15, you will be 48 years. If you remove that 5 years, Mr. Speaker, from 48, you still qualify to become a Director General at 40 years, in the same, or about 40 years, Mr. Speaker, for you to become a Director General for either Kera, Kura, or Kena. But that's more reasonable, Mr. Speaker, than waiting until when you're 48 or about 50 for you to qualify, Mr. Speaker. So my committee then, therefore, Mr. Speaker, with members of the public through public participation thought that this is reasonable so that we can provide for equality. We also remove discrimination. And if you look at our constitution, Mr. Speaker, in terms of rights and discriminations, that we cannot discriminate one, whether in age, we cannot discriminate other people, maybe because of race or gender, Mr. Speaker, and we thought this is one of them. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we have an example in the same department, some of the DGs acting for more than 5 years, because then they will not have qualified for them to be appointed as director generals. So, Mr. Speaker, to manage succession is very critical, and that's the reason why Parliament then exists, to be able to stabilize institutions. Institutions, Mr. Speaker, without proper succession management leads to chaos, leads to apathy, leads to lack of motivation, Mr. Speaker. So engineers then might be very demotivated for you to wait until when you're 48 years to ascend to become a DG speaker makes people feel like that actually there's no need to be in that place. They can look for other professions. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we thought when Kenyans were proposing to open the Director Generals from only engineers, Mr. Speaker, some of the reasons they were giving is that, Mr. Speaker, how can you wait for 48 years for you to have post-registration certificate? That's why you say, okay, so that we don't create vacuum, then we open it, Mr. Speaker. And now that that has been removed, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing that the House need to agree with us so that we can be able to remove that lacuna of succession, Mr. Speaker, and apathy within the department. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the other clauses are just cleaning up, Mr. Speaker. It's about the Office of Auditor General and the Control of Budget, which were then separated, Mr. Speaker, by the 2010 Constitution, but it has not been cleaned up in the Roads Act 2007. And that's why we thought, Mr. Speaker, that we can be able to clean up those issues. Mr. Speaker, this is only 3 clauses. I don't want to belabor the point or overstretch the thinking, Mr. Speaker. I want to leave it at that. It's as clear as that, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I really implore upon my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to agree with us so that we can then provide stability within the industry of transport. Mr. Speaker, they have done a great job. And that's why we agree with that, Mr. Speaker, that we give them stability. And it's our responsibility as legislators and lawmakers to provide for stability within the industry of roads or infrastructure. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and ask my colleague, the able engineer, Honorable Koskei, to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Koskei.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. To second the motion led by our chair, Honorable David Kusing. And from the onset, Chairman, I want to state that, first of all, when the bill came into the House the first time, I was opposing the bill, simply because, number one, I was really not for the idea that the position of the DG should be led by somebody else other than the engineers. Personally, I'm an engineer, civil engineer by profession, and I know what it entails for being a Director General of a roads body. And that, when we sat down again, by our chairman convening a meeting once again for further consultation, we've agreed. Just not to be therefore on the points too much, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the fact that the position of the Director General is as a civil engineering position. What does that mean? This person is the head of the road sector in the country. It is the apex of the road sector in the country. That's the position of the Director General. So I think it is very important to have a person who's passed through, the training in the road sector. And that cannot be anybody else other than, a civil engineer. And that I want to thank the chairman and the team and the House, gave a second chance for a further discussion on this. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say about the years of, experience that a Director General can qualify to be a from 10 to, from 15 years, currently in the bill to 10 years. This will just open the position to be very competitive. There is absolutely no problem in appointing a Director General who has an experience of more than 20 years or 30 years. You know, but within what is in the law now is at least 15 years post-registration experience. I'm an engineer. What does that mean? It means you really, if you look at it critically, you cannot be a Director General in this body when you are not 45 or 50 years thereabout. That is quite discriminatory. We want to open it for people who are, you know, who are climb the ladder very fast. 40 years, they're able to, you know, to change the provision and become Director General. We want to be a bit more dynamic to the country and open it to be a very competitive position. So that's when we generally agree, all of us. And then this position being a Director General position, you can imagine somebody gets in that position, 3 years, he is supposed to exit, or the board to renew his term. We really looked at it and we say 3 years is too short a time. 5 years is okay. So that if by 5 years somebody is not done his work and the board feels that they should not be, you know, renew the position, then somebody should exit. So 5 years is good enough for somebody to implement programs. There is, in fact, no program which runs for 3 years. Most programs are 5 years. If strategic plans are 5 years. So if you see, a director position should really have time, ample time to implement projects. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I want to second. Thank you very much.
Honorable Murugana, you will speak, but only after I have proposed. Honorable members, I propose a question which is the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2021 be now read a second time. Certainly, Honorable Murugana, not before Kibe Wajiko speaks.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And now I rise to support the motion by the chair of the Roads Committee. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that from the onset, I was also very disturbed when I saw the amendment that was being proposed. And I really want to thank the Honorable Speaker and the chair and the committee for rescinding the decision to have the amendments done. Because, Chair, I'm not an engineer by profession, but I'm a teacher. But I can tell you, I know very little about road construction and engineering. And opening this very important specialization sector, and when you're talking about the position of the DG and to anyone, it means that we can now have even the cowboy contractors even coming in as the DGs of these very important sectors. So I also want to commend the committee because they have also seen the need to retain and ensure that it's not enough to be an engineer, but it is also important for one to be an engineer who is experienced, to be a DG, and the prescription of over 10 years, very, very important, and having that this person must also have a managerial experience to be able to take up this position. Chair, I think this is the spirit that we need in this House to ensure that we are able to listen to our people, to ensure that we are able to consult and ensure that we come up with the laws that will be good for the better of the country. Not forgetting, Honorable Speaker, that when you're talking about roads, this is a very important sector because we keep talking about road accidents. And we know the kind of work that is being done by our engineers who are working on the roads. And the opening up this kind of position to anyone may end up may help us, may end up ensuring that we have people who are not qualified for such kind of positions. So I want to support the motion and ask this House to support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm anxious to speak on this because I was quite opposed to the bill when it came with a report saying they would propose amendments to open it up. And I'm extremely thankful to the chairman and his committee and the engineer who has clarified this, that the issue of roads is a reserve of engineers, and especially civil engineers. So my opposition was actually based on my own selfish interests, that there is no way I would sit in this house, pass any law that says, as a lawyer, the chief court registrar can be anyone, or that the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya can as well be a medical doctor. Because for sure, that would be injustice to the country and to the other professionals, and especially my own profession. So I wouldn't actually agree to this. So when this amendment had been brought, I was going to oppose the bill, but I have read the addendum report, which was tabled yesterday. I'm happy to note the chairman has actually listened to all the stakeholders. Their representations are in that particular addendum, what their positions were, and this is what we are debating today, that the bill remains as it is, which is quite acceptable. I'm sure the engineers, through the Engineers Board, through the Institute of Engineers, through the other colleges where they do their own engineering practices, are happy to have it this way. That for the Director Generals whom we are whom we are appointing to so pretend over construction of our roads, these are their colleagues in civil engineering. And another point I had in opposition that time was, how would a person who is not qualified deal with the strategy, which includes sometimes looking at professional drawings to ascertain that they are correct. There are quantifications as to what it would cost, etc., etc. But as it is today, I agree that we give the DGs 5 years. From 3 years to 5 years, roads are never constructed in a day. They are not constructed possibly in a year. They take a bit of time. It is important to put the limits we put here, that the old bachelor's degree in civil engineering and master's degrees, the period of practice that is supposed to be done. This is exactly what happens even when it comes to appointment of judges who serve in our judiciary. These are lawyers with given years of practice. The same thing applies to what we are doing today. Therefore, what the chairman and his committee have done is commendable, and it draws the will of the House from every member to support this bill so that we pass it and engineers are able to practice their engineering profession. I do support.
Honorable John Bunyasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the Road and Transport Committee for the remarks he has made. And I hear what my colleagues are saying in enthusiastic support of the amendments as proposed. I'm not so enthusiastic. For one, the chair said, well, you can see how important these agencies are. There's work almost going on everywhere in this country. There's work going on in Busia. There are people living in some corners of the country who are seeing a lot of activity in this sector. We are not seeing that. There are issues around that, but that's not, I guess, going to be the subject of today. But I just want to be cautious that if you live among plenty, don't think everybody is eating every day. I think we don't need to get a wider spectrum of this country and see what's happening. That's why there are serious pockets of dissatisfaction, even though people think that things have been great. But in respect of the qualifications, I guess the engineers are quite happy to get somebody within the fraternity to do this. But now careers and professions are also changing. We discussed the other day issues about the importance of PPPs, for example, that are going to be negotiated and supported and understood by our professionals, engineers included, and others, of course, also included. There are people who will do a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and will move on to do something on finance or law or other areas. They have some understanding of the engineering, but they are also integrating themselves into the future of where things are going, where it won't just be engineers around the table. And even if they happen to be engineers, they need to have got substantive training also in areas of management. One of the biggest issues we have in our roads construction is not that the engineers that are there do not know how to do the design and understand it. It is that the contract making, for example, seems to be quite sloppy. We are getting contractors who are being recruited to do roads that they don't seem to be qualified for because they seem to come in largely by whom they know and so on. We want, and the kind of challenges we've got here when we go over to Kura, Kera, or Kenha are not usually about the quality of the engineering on roads. Sometimes there are quality aspects in terms of how they have been done, but that does not mean the specifications are not right. They were. It's largely because they're not managing contractors well. And that's where the challenge and frustration is with these agencies. So I really think that our total emphasis on engineering qualification is probably inadequate in today's world. And I think we should accept that careers can be modified. And I think to look at just a co-engineer and all the qualifications got in his engineering and we think then that is good, is looking back. I think we should also look forward as we discuss this. And let me go back to one more point. Indeed, if the members of the profession feel that by the time you reach 48 it's too late, 48-year-olds are not such old people. But then why not just simply say, let somebody who has qualified, who has been certified by the board or by the institute, whatever the case is, because that means they're being certified as being competent. We have heard, as people have said in this house before, we have countries where the president of France, for example, was 34 when he became president of the Republic of France. There is somewhere in Latvia or somewhere where she was 31. So why are we then going to something to make it 40? Why don't you make it less than that? And I didn't find that argument scientific. It was, just we looked at this, we thought this, and so on. So I really don't think that we want to put in law things that whose outcomes will be, maybe this, maybe that. I suspect that if someone is qualified as an engineer, by the time they are certified, they may be 30 or 31 or 32. They may just be good enough to lead Kenha. They may lead it in a different direction since they are more current than the 48-year-old ones that you consider getting old or 50-year-old that's getting old. So I think that whereas the improvements are moving in a direction where people seem to think it's a good idea, I do not think that the arguments seem to be really solid as for why that cut by 5 years is what why did you cut it by 10 years? So 35-year-olds can head. A 35-year-old can be president of this republic and lead everything, including the road sector and everything else together. So I am not as enthusiastic with this. But my final remark here is that the chair must be conscious that we have serious disparities in the road sector and how it's been implemented since the Jubilee government came to power. And I don't think we should make any statements that imply that we are happy. I find that almost insulting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the Kenyan Roads Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the proposed bill increased the term of the office from 3 years to 5 years. That's renewable for one more term which will allow the Director General to effectively complete their strategic plans and projects for a long time period. The Road Act's qualification for Director General being changed to allow for more professional in the position. Currently, set qualification restricts appointments to those in the engineering field only, which is discriminatory given that we have so many graduates in the managerial sectors that can fill into the role of Director General in relation to roads. Mr. Speaker, as a result of acquiring a large number of years in work experience, we have effectively excluded young people who are performers by lowering the work experience requirement from 15 to 10 years, which will promote fair competition in the public sector. I support.
Honorable Maje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance also to support the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill and say transportation is a key, is a fundamental of trade in a country. A country cannot develop if the road infrastructure is not properly done, because it forms the basis where goods move from one area to another, from one country to another, and also movement of people to do the trade. So roads are very key in development of a country. And I want also to thank the country, our engineers for coming up with good designs, good roads in the country. Like the road that we are having, Nairobi Express, it is changing the face of Nairobi. Nairobi is appearing to be like any other international capital. So congrats for that, and do more in other big towns of our country so that we become proud also. I want also to say for these engineers who train, they take so many years in the university and also post-university capacity building, and they need to be assisted in their work by providing resources. By the way, if we train them for the many years that we train, then we give them resources, I think they can assist to build and develop this country. In this amendment, for example, the change of 3 to 5 years is very appropriate, because you will find that many major projects, government projects, are done within 3 to 5 years. And it will not be very well, for example, to transfer Director General in between a project. A project cycle will take more than that time. So by moving this period from 3 to 5 years and renewable, I think that is the way to go. So that if the engineer, the DG, was supervising certain roads, that continuity can be seen to the completion of a project. I think that amendment is very appropriate, given that the nature of projects that we have in the country, and also how the projects are sometimes financing the country, where exchequer sometimes delays to a period of more than 3 years. Also, in the post-registration experience, being moved from 15 to 10 years, I think also that is appropriate, because that is where the world is going to. The world is going towards people who can work smart, people who can work within a short period. You will find that this was a hindrance to many engineers who are up to date, who can offer managerial positions, and who can get that job. They were restricted by age. This actually corresponds to what the young people normally talk of experience. They ask for experience every time. So moving it from 15 years to 10 years, I think it's appropriate, because also this will give energetic people position to serve when they are energetic. Because the way it is made, you cannot be a Director General of these 3 organizations, either Kura, Kera, or Kenya, if you are less than 45 years, because of that required 15 years experience after registration as being an engineer. And also, because of these emerging issues in internet, you will find that many engineers go to internet and get more experience within a very short time. And you see, young people are more talented in this idea of internet and getting a lot of information. Therefore, we should not restrict them as far as that part is concerned. Also, I want to applaud our engineers. They are coming up with good designs, like Thika Road. I hear it was designed by our own engineers. I wish they can be provided resources the way companies from outside are provided. By the way, if you see many Kenyans, engineers and contractors not doing very well, is because of the resources. The difference between our engineers and the Chinese engineers is that they are supported by their governments, their banks, and that is why you will see them doing the project to completion. I've realized that when these companies, outside companies like the Chinese companies, get a project, sometimes they move ahead of our systems. Like when they were constructing the SGR in my constituency, I would, when I talk to them, I would find that they are ahead of maybe the PS. The PS is trying to organize a public participation, but them, they are already on the ground doing citizen participation by themselves. So they are very fast, and they do a lot of things within one day. Actually, if they are going to a site, you'll find that within 1 week to the site, so many things change in that site such that you'll find as if they have been there for many months. So it is that movement of speed, manpower, and working sometimes 24 hours that make the difference between them and us. So I support this amendment. Let us give our engineers a chance to serve this country, and I know it will transform. I support.
Honorable Majority Whip, Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to join my colleagues and congratulate the great honorable member for Pokot South, the Honorable Posing, for doing a wonderful bill for us. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill fully, and especially looking at the inheritance of the bill, Honorable Speaker, from the 207 Act, now correcting it to the 2010 Constitution. Actually, it is late. We are doing it a bit late, but Honorable Speaker, better late than never. Therefore, Honorable Kosing, I want to salute you and thank you and your committee for this wonderful job. Honorable Speaker, there are three issues in this bill that we actually need to address. The issue of appointment of the DG, how he comes into office. I want to thank the committee. They've given us the qualifications, which are good. I want to agree with them. But Honorable Speaker, I want just to deviate a little bit on the issue of the 15 years. Honorable Speaker, moving from 15 to 10 years, and I want to speak as a person, a member who has been in Transport Committee, although our bill did not see the light of the day, Honorable Kosing, in 2015, but we participated in this preparation of the legislation in terms of how a DG has to come into office. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of a person who is rising in rank to be the DG. I want to make it very clear, Honorable Speaker, that the main role of a DG shall be to coordinate the colleagues. All the colleagues are equal. They can sit in as DGs. But Honorable Speaker, how to coordinate these DGs is what is very key. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the maturity of a DG, one has to have reason, maybe, Honorable Speaker, in terms of understanding of the materials which are being used, Honorable Speaker. One must have also gone through the design, how to monitor the design and implement the design and come up with the creativity of the design, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one also must have understood the structural well-being of the structure that is laying onto the ground, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, if somebody, for someone to have gone through to raise into rank to get to that level, it cannot necessarily be less than 10 years, Honorable Speaker, post-registration. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, yes, post-registration comes with the ability of a person to study, not necessarily the age in terms of numbers, but Honorable Speaker, that is a key issue. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue which I want to agree with the committee, the issue of 5 years, I want to thank the committee that 5 years is good enough, renewable ones, meaning, Honorable Speaker, the appointing authority has leave either to renew or to decline. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the 5 years, I want to agree with you that it is good enough. Honorable Speaker, what I would want to maybe share with the committee and allow me to proceed in the committee of the whole House and propose amendments is that the sunset clause, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, does not speak to how the current DGs will be deemed to exist after this bill has come into, has been signed, ascended to. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I will be making a proposal to the committee or to the committee of the whole House, such that when the current DGs can inherit the bill or move forward, or whichever way, I'll be able to discuss with the chair and agree. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Udo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For start, Honorable Speaker, when there was rumors or talk that the committee had substantially thrashed the proposed amendment by the leader of majority, many of us became apprehensive, and we started worrying, or by the committee itself, we were extremely worried that how can a committee that is with a purely professional aspect go to an extent of demeaning and thrashing professionalism in the management of a purely technical and professional aspect. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy today that the chair of the committee seems to have resigned their thinking and come back to reality. That some things are professional, they ought to remain professional. If you run to run a Juakali kiosk, please train to run a Juakali kiosk. If you want to be an engineer and you want to run a technical part, do so, and do not try to masquerade, trying to find your way through. Honorable Speaker, if you never got the grades to enable you go and study engineering and study professional courses, accept reality, as we say, and live with that reality until the end of the day. As we stand here today, Honorable Speaker, the roads sector is a purely engineering sector. The aspect relating to funding, aspect related to raising management of the finances, there could be other people best suited to do that. But purely, the issue of the road sector in this country is purely a technical aspect. That's why I entirely agree and support the amendments as contained in the bill of 2021, that is bill number 13 of 2021, which has called for increase in the term of the Director General from the current 3 years to 5 years. And probably there's a reasonable justification. And this is aligned to the way we do our things in this country. Many strategic plans of most organizations, be they private or state organs, is normally 5 years. It's only fair that a DG or leadership of an organization is given an opportunity to formulate and implement the strategic plan so that they are never curtailed or cut short before they complete. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, the increase from the current 3 years to 5 years is commendable, and the chance to renew is also commendable. We are simply aligning the same to ask the elected leaders, you do your 5 years, once you go back to their people, and they confirm you have done very well. That is the case. Honorable Speaker, there has been a debate here that when is the right age? From my experience, Honorable Speaker, I attended the same faculty at undergraduate with engineers, while many of us left university at around 24 or 25, something of that age. The engineering course 6 years. So by the time they are leaving university for the undergraduate, it's about when they're about 27. More or less, without doubt, there's no way you can get registered as an engineer until you have worked for at least 5 years. So by the time you are getting registered as an engineer, Honorable Speaker, you are in your mid-30s. That's no doubt about it. And then that's when you become an engineer. By then, before you get registered, you're not an engineer. You are just an apprenticeship. You are just like work, like anybody else, working in the engineering sector. So obviously, after you get engineering, become an engineer, you need to build the confidence with your colleagues. You need to build the confidence with all stakeholders working in that sector. Honorable Speaker, it can never take you 2 years to build the confidence. It can never take you 5 years to build the confidence for you to showcase, to you to exhibit and demonstrate that you are able to understand the engineering process all the way from feasibility study, scoping, design, review of design, and doing supervision during construction. This is a hands-on job, Honorable Speaker. It can never be done by whichever way you look at it. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, a minimum period of 10 years post-registration is reasonable for purposes of you building confidence in your colleagues, building confidence everywhere. Honorable Speaker, the most embarrassing thing, and I've told this my students when I was at the University of Nairobi as a lecturer, if you are short of an idea, if it is an area that you are not conversant with, please just declare your interest then. It looks so embarrassing. You have the DG of the Kenya Roads Authority. We have sent him or her to represent the country at international conference, international discussion, and looks so shallow, so low because of one, lack of adequate exposure, lack of adequate experience, so that they are unable to represent the people of Kenya. Many times, there will be disputes in the road sector, and these disputes require some element of experience to really resolve the dispute. We, the older people, are not against the youths. There are jobs that can be done by the young people. There are jobs that require some bit of experience. Even in your own village, when there are the boundary disputes, you don't send a toddler to go and sit in the committee to resolve boundary disputes. Even when there are marital problems, they never send the 18s, the 20s, the 30s to go and resolve marital problems. They call the senior and experienced hands to go and resolve, Honorable Speaker, issues. And then we have always argued the position the senior guys occupy, like my colleague Honorable Munyasi, at no time does it prevent any younger person to do their jobs where they're supposed to do. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, totally agree with the amendments in the bill that it's important for us to raise the bar so that we give credence to the amount of time we spend to go to school. Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate and disadvantageous that we tell people, we tell our young people to go to school, to go to school, to go to school. But when it comes to giving out jobs, we tell all Tom, Dick, and Harry to come and apply for specialized jobs. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we must get away from this appeasement mentality that we want to look good, we want to be politically correct, that we open up all positions just because the youths and the rest of the people are able, they want to do many things. Honorable Speaker, the experience of this House puts into question the issue of positive affirmation. Honorable Speaker, we have had so many issues. We have had affirmative action, even in our own House here. But what benefit has it been to the people of Kenya? That's why it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we must support and defend professionalism. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, interim records reports indicate Kenya, probably in many countries, has got the lowest percentage of paved roads. Honorable Speaker, based on the World Bank report of 2010, it's only 14.3% of all the roads in the country are paved or tarmacked. We are now, as a country, we must accelerate our development. I want to join my colleague from Busia, that as people of Busia, probably we have been treated as second-hand citizens. We are being treated as forgotten people. For the past 8 or so years of the Jubilee government, the only attempt to do a tarmac road has been the Kalongo business that have been doing from Busia town all the way to Malaba. Honorable Speaker, as we applaud as we do this, yet you find in many constituencies in this country, tarmac roads crisscross each other. And of course, the budgeting and the approval of the budget is done at the Committee of Transport, Public Works, and Housing. And they leave most of us without anything to talk about. We have nothing to talk about.
Order, Honorable. What is it, Honorable Angwe?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, Dr. Undo is an economist. He is a land economist who has really, in good English, say he has eaten good books. And Honorable Speaker, he has used a certain terminology, which I would seek that he clarifies. Kalongo business, Honorable Speaker. Maybe let him tell us, Honorable Speaker, what is this he calls Kalongo business? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You know that may be village vocabulary, so all of us are lost. But Honorable Udo, would you be kind enough to?
Honorable Speaker, all that I was trying to point to is that the government of Jubilee came and cheated the people of Busia that are making for them a road. It has taken 8 years, and it came to be launched by the voluble character, Masquerade, that they don't know Chief Hustler, whatever it is. 8 years, nothing has moved. That's the only thing we have pretended to see. That's why we are saying it's child play to come and dupe the people of Busia. As we talk about reforms in the road sector, it is important that the projects are shared equitably the entire part of this country. It's not just a reserve for some sections of this country, but it must be shared equitably. For us, we always say it will come to a time we'll have to ask very hard questions. What stake do we have in this country, Kenya, if we cannot receive in the basics, like water, like roads? We just see of them happening elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure if you went to some constituencies where some members of this House sit in various of these committees, you'd find be there electricity that are in excess. You find roads that are in excess. But we don't see those committees, we see nothing coming to our constituencies. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Honorable Kiaraho Juguna, member for Olkalau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to air my views. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to state how disappointed I was at one point in time, being a member of this committee, and with former proposals which were there. Mr. Speaker, I must say, by profession, I'm an architect, and some of the issues which were being pushed ahead or pushed forward, I think they were very disappointing. But as I talk now, I think I'll thank our chair and the committee, so I should also be thanking myself for having listened to the various views from various stakeholders and having navigated through all the views which were given. I must say what is in front of us makes a lot of sense. Mr. Speaker, there are three cardinal points here. There is the issue of increasing the terms of the DG from 3 years to 5 years, which is okay. The issue of reducing the experience time from 15 to 10. But of major concern was the issue of opening up the post of the DG. Mr. Speaker, as an architect, in any project, we are called the lead consultants. We oversee what the mechanical engineer is doing, what the electrical engineer is doing, what the interior designer is doing, what the surveyor, all those other consultants, they fall under what we call the lead consultant. Here is a situation whereby, Mr. Speaker, the seat of a DG, in my view, this is one seat whereby he is like the head of that of whichever agency he's reading, whether it's Kenha, whether it's Kera, whether it is Kura. And of particular concern, Mr. Speaker, if the seat of the DG is actually occupied by someone who doesn't have the technical understanding and know-how, this will be opening up another world of chaos. Why do I say this? Just put yourself in this particular situation. Here is a DG. he's gone, he's negotiating for some donor funding. And when they are negotiating for that, I believe there are so many technical issues, terms which are used, that you have to have an engineer by you to be interpreting what are these people saying. Even currently as we talk, we find and we see our DGs inspecting various roads within, within Kenya in various areas. And of particular concern, and I think we all agree with me, if, for instance, we had a DG, you go, you are inspecting a particular road in a particular section, you don't understand any issue pertaining that particular road, you have to consult an engineer. When these tenders are done, these tenders are based on BQs and what we call the engineering drawings. A DG should be someone where you are given those tender documents. When you are given those drawings, at a glance, you should actually have a know-how what you are talking about. It will be very unfortunate, you being the CEO of that particular agency, that you are given, say, the BQs, you are given some drawings, you are told this is a tender for this amount, and your work is just to append your signature without knowing what you are signing for. This is one area I find it was going to be totally misused. And one thing we must agree, for those three agencies, over years, they have been molded and formed in such a way to achieve the main objective in the road sector, to make those sectors a better place and better delivery of services. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I'm more than happy. At least now that particular seat of a DG, it has been confined that it can only be occupied. The minimum, one of the minimum qualification is a civil engineer. And I think, to me, as far as I'm concerned, that has sorted out a very major problem. Short of this, I think we are going to start messing up with this sector. But the committee has done a great job. I think even the hundreds of petitions which were put forward have done a lot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Number Tuitoek Kamuren.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to say I support this particular amendment. Generally speaking, the business of engineering is very precise, Mr. Speaker. It's not something which you can wake up one morning and be able to execute that job. I heard a few of my colleagues saying that we should open up and allow more people to manage the sector. This is like saying a surgeon, the work of a surgeon can be done by a normal doctor. This is actually requires a specialized area, and therefore a DG or a Director General in this field is somebody who should have had a lot of experience. And looking at the clauses, which is outlined here, that someone should hold a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's degree from a university recognized in Kenya is actually required. And it goes on to talk about the required of the number of years, at least 15 years, at least 10 years post-registration experience, and then another 10 years in managerial experience. I think this actually very clearly explains that beyond the registration in highway and road engineering, you also need to be a manager, Mr. Speaker. You need to be a manager of 10 years experience. So I think this is actually a proper requirement. I think the challenge only is the issue of the number of years which we need for a manager to serve. I was thinking about the procurement, the procurement period associated with engineering projects. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, that takes a lot of time, from the design to the procurement aspect to the evaluation, financing, and sometimes the periods can be even more than 1 year or 2 years. So I think if we talk of 5 years to allow a manager to serve, it looks like it will be able to oversee certain number of projects within that period. And therefore, I really don't object to the idea of raising it from 3 to 5 years. I think the chair in this particular case has done a good job to suggest 5 years. The only thing which may be arising, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that some of these managers have been acting, Mr. Speaker. Some of them have been acting for many years. I don't know how we deal with people who has already acted for almost 5 years. I don't know whether that's breaking the law, because I know the law says people should not act more than 6 months before being confirmed. So I think the chair of the committee should look into a way in which we should actually stop or rather prevent people from acting for a long time. without being confirmed. It's a requirement that if you act actually for 6 months, you should be confirmed. So in this particular case, we may find a manager who has been acting already for 5 years, and then now if we give him another 5 years, that is 10 years, Mr. Speaker, and then another renewable ones, that makes 15 years. And that's a little bit maybe on the higher side, which we need to look at again. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the chair. Last time we passed a bill here about raising money. There was a bond which we raised in this house to fund our roads in Kenya. People, I just want to say that we are not actually getting equal treatment in this particular. We don't see the roads being done in all our constituencies. There was a time when this house passed a bill requiring the ministry to do 20 kilometers in each constituency. I don't know whether the chair is aware of that particular bill. At one time, I was a member of the implementation committee, and that particular part of the bill has not been implemented. I think the implementation committee should revisit it and actually ask the ministry to see to it that they budget for every constituency, so that at least we experience a tarmac. Some constituencies have not had a tarmac since 70s. We need to revisit this as extension of roads in our constituencies. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Osotsi Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity also to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the contributions by members, and I want to agree with the sentiments expressed by my colleagues on this bill. But allow me to point out a few areas. Mr. Speaker, basically, the amendments on the qualification of the Director General are geared towards getting a highly competent, experienced, and trained person to fill this position. But looking at what has been suggested, I want to say that in terms of academic qualification, is a requirement that one has to have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's degree from a recognized university. I think if we are looking for a highly experienced and qualified engineer, I think we need clarity on this so that we don't just make it a master's degree. It should be a master's degree in civil engineering. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, master's degree can be in anything. As per this requirement, it can be a master's degree in political science, in leadership, in theology, and all those kind of things. Even gender affairs or whatever. This is not the kind of person we expect to be there. I think when we get to the committee of the whole house, we need an amendment so that it's very clear that whoever is holding this position must not just have a bachelor's degree, but a master's degree in civil engineering, so that we have clarity there. In terms of number of years of experience, I want to agree with my colleagues that 10 years is quite short for an engineer, a serious qualified engineer. We need someone who is professionally mature, who can instill confidence in his colleagues. And also there is the issue of quality of training nowadays, Mr. Speaker. We have so many engineering schools, the various universities, some who have in the past even been questioned about the quality of degrees. So I think it's important that whoever takes up this position, as much as we are watching for young people to get jobs, matters of engineers affect life. And therefore, we want engineers who will produce quality products, quality roads. And therefore, 10 years is quite insufficient. We also have the issues to do with the intracontinental connectivity, which requires longer time. Because like now, we have discussions around connecting Africa, African countries. some of these projects will be oversighted by the Director General. So we need someone who is, has at least 15 years experience and not 10 years experience has been pointed out here. Then one area that I have not had members comment on is on Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, you know, we appropriate large sums of money for road construction in this country. But most of this money is misappropriated. And there is evidence that some of these road agencies, there's too much corruption involving people who work there. We had a case where some officers of Kera were questioned on the issue of irregular award of contracts and money laundering and such things. So whoever takes up this position, because most likely he would be someone who has worked for those road agencies for many years, they must go through a lifestyle audit. A lifestyle audit, so that you don't promote corruption. Someone who has been involved in corruption and then now is promoted to a senior position within the road agency, I think that's wrong. And when we talk about Chapter 6, I wish we could also talk about whoever is being given this position has to go through a lifestyle audit. And Mr. Speaker, I'll be making this proposal at the committee of the whole House, that whoever is a candidate for this position must be ready to undergo lifestyle audit, so that we ensure that people who take up this position are people of integrity, people who have no corruption, and the people who are going to ensure that the money that this House appropriates is well spent for the benefit of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I've had my friend here, Dr. Undo, talk about the issue of equity in distribution of road contracts. I want to agree with him that road construction projects are not equitably distributed in this country. And I think we need to look at this, the whole management of the road sector in this country. I think with the new constitution, we do not need to centralize Kera and Kura. They need to be taken back to the counties to be managed in the counties, so that if money is allocated to Vihiga County, that money is used to build the roads in Vihiga County. This centralization is denying some areas the money for road infrastructure. So I think that is an issue that we need to look at in the long term, so that we ensure that all parts of this country have roads, especially rural roads, for efficient communication, and even for business, and for the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, for those few remarks, I support, but I think we will need to look at the issue of age in terms of experience, and the issue of experience, academic qualification, so that academic qualification is not limited to just having a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in a clear field. We want to be very specific. If it is a master's degree, it is a master's degree in engineering, not a master's degree in any other thing like theology or whatever, which is not relevant to road construction. For those few remarks, I support.
Honorable Mwangi Mburu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the onset, I want to support the bill, but I want to differ or to disagree with Honorable Soti in some few areas. The first area is that an engineer is called an engineer after the first degree. Undergraduate degree, that is when you become an engineer. All those other degrees, like a master's degrees, are enhancement degrees for management. You can do a master's degree in accounting, in finance, to enhance your management skills. You can do a master's degree in strategic management, because when you become a DG, you also want that engineering aspect plus the management concept of an institution. So, to be clear is, The first degree must be a civil engineering degree.
Order, Honorable Buru, what is out of order, Honorable Sotsi? What is out of order?
It's just a point of information.
To who?
To him. I think he was not listening to me.
Wait a minute, Honorable Sotsi. Honorable Buru, do you want the information from Honorable Sotsi?
I don't think I want to be informed. I got him very clear. And that is why I'm trying to answer him as he continued. So the first degree is what I'm insisting must be a degree in civil engineering. The reason for this is what? We have very young people who are getting discouraged to go and study engineering, architecture, because their courses or their institutions are being taken by BAs and lawyers. All the institutions are being headed by lawyers. Have we ever seen a chief justice who is not a lawyer? Even hospitals should be managed by doctors. That is why an institution like Kera or Kenha must be managed by engineers. All those master's degrees should enhance performance, should enhance people to make sure that they are good managers in their fields. So for the first thing, I want to congratulate the chair, because from the onset, our young people are now having a belief that if I do an engineering degree, I'll get a job in an institution where I'm sure I can grow to the highest level of that institution. The same thing I should encourage even all the other institutions. That is why many institutions are failing. You see Kenyatta Hospital, a very serious hospital, being managed by an accountant or a lawyer. I don't think it is right. Kenya Airways, an institution that has a serious logistical issue, being managed by a marketer. I don't think that is right. So most of these institutions should be managed by people of that field.
Order, Buru, what is it, Honorable Wangwe?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to, and I'll seek that maybe allow me to inform the Honorable Member, if he may accept.
Honorable Buru, do you need the information from Honorable Wangwe?
He is my chief whip, so if I don't give him a chance, he may...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Wangwe is not that malicious.
Yeah, so,
but nevertheless,
yeah, that is why I give him a chance, not Osoti. Honorable Wangwe, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Lari. He is such a wonderful friend of mine. We always joke together. Honorable Speaker, allow me to inform the Honorable Member that from statistics of performance of Kenyatta National Hospital, he has referred to it that it's being run by other professions. Of course, I support the bill as it is, but Honorable Speaker, allow me to inform him that Honorable Dr. Leshambe is not a medical doctor. History has it that during his time in Kenyatta Hospital as the CEO, he was the best. And my colleagues in this house will agree with me that he really delivered as a non-medical, a non-medic during his time as the CEO. Therefore, let me just get informed, but he is really on the right track as far as this bill is concerned. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And Honorable Boro, you seem to have an issue with the lawyers. You have mentioned the lawyers 4 times in your state in the last 1 minute.
Speaker, sir, I know you are a lawyer, but I have seen a tendency of lawyers trying to open all the big jobs for themselves, that you have a degree in law, you must have any degree. I don't think it is right. Also, I want to inform my leader, my chief whip, this emotional feeling that he was not a doctor and he was the best performing, we just measured it emotionally. There was no criteria of measuring who was the best. But truth be told, we must encourage our young boys and girls, when they are studying a certain course, they must have an opportunity to grow to the highest level. Even if you have to go to Kenyatta Hospital as an accountant, go and do a small degree in medicine so that you can understand all those issues about a hospital and medical issues, so that you are not confused by your small colleagues who are in the lower ranks. The same thing for civil engineering. Like when you go to Kera and you are given those BQs and you are just an accountant, how will you start understanding the composition of the soil that is supposed to be put in a certain road that can last for 30 years? It becomes complicated, and other engineers start taking advantage of you. You are every day consulting. You will not be able to make right decisions at the right time. So I support chair for transport. 10 years, very good. Master's degree, very good, but master's degree in anything, as long as you have a first degree in engineering. That is what I support, because you can do a master's degree, no, anything that is relevant. not anything. Anything that is relevant, that is what I say. I also support the issue of 10 years because 10 years, when you get a first degree at the age of maybe 24, 10 years you will be 34. That is relatively a good age to become a CEO. I'm an electronic engineer. I became a country CEO at the age of 33. Just by virtue of my energy and my good work. So it is also good. I became a country manager at 34. I was leading a country like Uganda. I went to Ethiopia at 35. So I'm happy at that age I had a lot of energy. As a country manager. So the issue of age, now I'm getting old and I'm in the issue of age is critical. 10 years is good experience. All other experience after 10 years to 15 to 30 years, that is repeated experience. It is not adding a lot of value to the experience. But that age of between 35 to 45, people are energetic and they are able to move this country to greater heights. The other issue, the issue of what? 3 years to 5 years, very critical. These issues of roads. Roads have a lot of work before a road is completed to start being built. It has design stage. It has a lot of issues that go through. 1 year is, like today, Mau Summit Road has taken 1 year before its commencement. And we are having meetings every day. If you are given a DG a span of 3 years, and 1.5 years is taken by issues of environment, design, then that DG will not see the end of that road by the time the road is coming to an end. And that is how you see ghost projects. You see roads that were not completed. Small roads like Industrial Area Road, where we do business, Likoni Road. A road stuck there for 7 years. And or 7 years, the DGs were changed twice. So you'll find that we want 5 years so that a DG can see most of the projects to completion, because we don't want, money has been allocated and again it is lost. So, Chair, in conclusion, I support that bill and I think I'm good with it. Thank you.
Honorable Boro, I'm not sure what energy you had so that you are the country manager at 34. But anyway, that is you. Honorable Duku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to put my voice on this amendment bill of Kenya Roads Board, bill number 13 of 2021. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the same. And indeed, I must congratulate the Committee on Transport through the able chairmanship of the Honorable Kosing and the Vice Chair and the leadership of the newest Vice Chair in the House, Masegakuya. Mr. Speaker, the issue of defining the term of the DG is welcome. And indeed, increasing the term from 3 years to 5 years is a very good thing that we are doing for this country. Because you find that a CEO position or a DG position is a managerial, the most senior managerial position. And Mr. Speaker, if we have a turnover every 3 years because of a term limit, then it is not very good for an institution. And therefore having increased the same from 3 years to 5 years, which is within the stipulations of Mwongozo guidelines that were signed by His Excellency the President, is within the acceptable limit. We are at times so selfish in our legislation because we have limited most of the CEOs to a term of 3 to 4 years. And I think because the upper limit is not set, we need to get to maybe to revise what it is that we do and the happenings between the 3 years. If you limit the term, then you increase the opportunity or chances of impropriety coming from the CEO because they have to eat fast, so to say, Mr. Speaker, so that then by the time their term ends, they have amassed enough. And of course, being an exit position, Director General is an exit position. Of course, you do not expect someone who served as a Director General to go and look for a job that is lower than that rank. Then at times it's so limiting. And therefore, I think the committee was very considerate in terms of increasing the term, not just for purposes of institutional memory, but even in terms of the wellness of the officers that we entrust with these offices. Mr. Speaker, on the second issue that is raising issues in this House, on the issue of qualification, I agree 100% that the headship or the leadership of this organization should be led by a civil engineer, being the basic degree, that is a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. But on the issue of the second qualification, I state to differ with the proposal by the bill that the holder of this office must hold a master's degree from a recognized university. That is too vague. That is too, it's too limiting. Not just limiting, it's just ambiguous. That ambiguity can only be healed by the fact that we have to be cognizant of the fact that a director general is a manager. This is a managerial position. Having done the first degree to be in terms of being a civil engineer, then the next degree should be a managerial degree that is master's. It should be a qualification that is well defined, so that then we remove this ambiguity and vagueness as to which degree the Director General should hold. And from where I sit, Mr. Speaker, I believe that a Director General should hold a master's degree in management, in a managerial discipline, so that then they can be entrusted with the running of affairs of this organization. There is a human resource aspect, there is financial aspect, there are all those operational aspects in which the DG or the Director General should be well versed through training, and not just by adoption through the systems and assimilation through the system. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to join hands with those people, or my colleagues who were saying that we're going to bring an amendment as to define the kind of master's degree the Director General should hold, so that then we make sure that the people that we're going to put in positions of Director General of this reputable parastat or KRB is well versed with the management of the same organization. Mr. Speaker, allow me to digress a little on this issue, because you're talking about Kenya Roads Bill, Kenya Roads Board. You see, there's so much money that is entrusted.
Order, Honorable.
I'm seeking your indulgence.
Order, Honorable Duku. It is Honorable Keraho who has an issue. Honorable Keraho, what is out of order?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the honorable member is out of order because I think he's referring to the Kenya Roads Board bill. We are not talking about the Kenya Roads Board bill. And I think you have totally repeated that issue. I think you better be on the same line with the rest of the members. Thank you.
You know the two of you come from Nyandarua. Look, so it's good you are correcting your brother. But Honorable Duku, your brother is...
Mr. Speaker, you know, the Honorable Keraho, with all due respect, is doing his second term. But of course, his appearances in the House are wanting. And therefore, maybe he's not well versed with the ongoings of the House. This is a Kenya Roads Amendment Bill. So it's a Kenya Roads Bill, in essence. It's one and the same thing, because it's the same bill that we are amending.
No, they are not the same. They are not the same.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided.
Yeah.
It's a Kenya Roads Amendment Bill. And Mr. Speaker, he's interrupting with my thought process. I really wanted to digress a little, because we are talking of a board or a parastatal that is entrusted with the appropriation of fuel levy. A lot of money that goes to where the DG, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary for roads, they appropriate the monies as to where they would want the money go. And many times, especially for us who are coming from constituencies that are so rainy, and roads needs a lot of repairs every other time, we do applications every now and then asking for emergency funding for the same, especially the 10% that is entrusted with the DG and the CS, so that then we can have our roads repaired. Remember, as the Honorable Keraho is saying, and I believe that's why he's here, because roads are the heartbeat of our constituencies. Because we are farmers, at times we are expected to make sure that our roads, all the time, that our roads are passable, so that then we're able to move our produce. But even having said that, our area being the food basket for this country, our roads are never appropriated or allocated enough funds to make sure that our roads are passable. Like today as we're speaking, I know so many members of this house are complaining that, that their areas are dry. But we have a lot of food in our constituencies, yet our roads are not passable. Are we not really doing injustices to ourselves? Today, I would wish to take some foods to Mvita constituency, where my chairman comes from, or to Kaloleni, where my brother PK comes from. But, Mr. Speaker, that cannot happen because our roads are impassable. It is so rainy in our places, yet we hear that there are places where people are going hungry. I wish, Mr. Speaker, there is a House and maybe Transport Committee should look into this, that these monies should be appropriated where it matters, so that then we do not hear that monies are going to constituencies whereby roads are not needed or they're not as important as where the food comes from. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the DG of Kera and the management of our roads, they will consider to make sure that a place like Kinangop, which is the food basket of this country, is the roads are well done, all the weather roads are done, so that then we can cure the perennial issue of food. And in fact, that happens to be one of the big four agenda, food security. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of classification of roads, because it is in the purview of KRB, we need to be involved as the members of parliament. And I am saying this because we have had issues with some of our roads that are Class C, Kera roads, being downgraded to county roads. And having downgraded them to county roads, then we already know that our counties do not have the capacity to repair these roads. And yet there's a lot of money that is left within the central government or the national government at the purview and the appropriation of KRB. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the best people to be involved in classification of roads and in the spirit of public participation are the people who represent the masses, and these are the members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the bill, but of course, I will propose amendments so that then a holder of this office or holders of this office, the DG in specific, must hold a master's degree in either management or governance, so that then we can see some level of efficiency and understanding of the running of the institution, not just in terms of standards of the roads, but in terms of the finances that are allocated to this particular parastatal or this public corporation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, but with amendments, definitely.
Honorable Manzo Kitonga.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, roads are very, very sensitive in the country, and from the experience we have gone through in the last 10 years or so, Mr. Speaker, these amendments are really important and are due. I want to agree with Honorable Kwenya, and I believe the committee will adapt this. We strictly go into masters in management because that empowers that particular engineer, despite the experience of 15 years, to be specific on management tabs or even governance, although governance is a wide word. If somebody has a master's in management and probably experience in governance, they will move faster in negotiating their way even into parliament on budgets and things like that. And when it comes to timelines and movement, they will be more efficient, because one of the things we have seen, despite allocating money, roads are taking more than 3 years to be completed. But so if the DG is serving for 5 years, then he has enough time to complete a certain road. One of the good examples in Makueni County is a road which also goes through Kaiti, Makueni constituency and Kibwezi West constituency, called Ukea Emali Road. It has taken so many years because one time it was even moved from Kera to Kenha. And then now they had to redesign again. And yet we had original designs done by Kera, and they went back to square zero. And when they planned to start, then that that financial year expired, and then the Kenha boss left, and the road simply stalled. And I'm sure it's going to give us a very difficult time in the coming election, because roads particularly really affect a member of parliament, whether they are Kera or not. And again, also what has happened when there was reorganization between county roads and Kera and Kenya roads. Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, I also lost very important roads. And when they went to counties, the counties haven't maintained them. But the people know that this is MP's road. So by the time you explain to everybody that is no longer your responsibility, you have to go and look for those extra monies to do a county road now, to change, to maintain the good perception with the constituents, because, Mr. Speaker, roads can really, really mess a member of parliament, and especially, you know, the politics and stuff like that road, especially now when they are not maintained, and these are roads mostly not tarmacked, they are regularly maintained, and at times you get even very poor contractors working on these roads, and for somebody with management skills and experience, they are likely to even help identify those contractors who have good engineers, and a good job is done. And also when it comes to tarmacking really takes quite some time, and there are quite a number of roads now lost in between county, even including Nairobi, in between county, Kera, Kura, all those things. And again also, Mr. Speaker, I believe now when we make these amendments, they should also, we should also extend into all roads, into all those bodies, not just Kera and Kenha, but into all those boards, so that they have a similar standard, and whether they are doing towns or rural or highway, that it's uniform. And I believe the chairman, who is very well knowledgeable in this area and who is a qualified CEO himself, and who has also been a long-serving member of parliament, will be able to guide the committee, so that when it comes to third reading, it is amendments you have agreed on, and this bill can go faster, so that it can start being implemented as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, you realize the other problem is there has been so many active CEOs for such a long time, and we are a good example with our CDF, how it took us such a long time because of political machinations to be able to appoint the CEO for CDF. It is a similar problem now with a lot of organizations, including the ones on the roads. And I believe when we pass this law, this will easily now bring that matter into rest. Mr. Speaker, one of the most difficult bodies to deal with is Kenha. Kera is very cooperative with the members of parliament, but Kenha has a lot of people running it, or engineers, for that matter, who believe are smarter than the members of parliament, or think they do not need us, yet you are the ones who appropriate these laws, yet you are the ones who follow them up. So they become a stumbling block into our politics. And that's why I want to agree now, somebody with 15 years experience is so experienced with even how parliament operates, is so experienced with how the ministry works. And it is even much better if they have a degree in management, they will be able to follow and understand the matter much faster than somebody who has just a simple degree or any master's degree or a poor experience. And therefore, this bill is really a major improvement on what has been happening. And I believe we are all very curious as members of parliament to see as many new roads as possible in our constituencies. And that puts you in a very good pedestal politically, because some of these things have not been implemented for many years in parliament. And therefore, when you are serving member of parliament and you are able to deliver a tarmac road, no matter how small, then obviously the constituents will be very happy. And again, also, some of the roads which are just being graded, because of rains and the situation, they have to be graded every other day, and they become rough so quickly. And therefore, I'm sure the members of public or in our constituencies are very keen and are usually very happy when you can be able to improve to a tarmac road, and it also gives you a legacy. Similarly now to the one President Kibaki had with the superhighway, and the one now President Uhuru Kenyatta is going to have with the roads being constructed now, going to the airport and reducing the jam in that regard. It leaves a permanent legacy. We also look forward, Mr. Speaker, as members of parliament, to leave a permanent legacy that when you are a member of parliament, a tarmac road was done in your constituency. It stays with your name, it leaves the people with a good feeling, and they keep on blessing you for good leadership in future and for long leadership and making it much better. So, Mr. Speaker, these particular institutions are very important. They are also allocated lots of budget, lots of money. Mr. Speaker, without power to management, the bigger the budget, the better it will be when you have somebody with special skills in management, Mr. Speaker, so that the efficiency can be seen and the roads can move faster, and the time taken and the duration can move faster. And again, also the issue of tendering, Mr. Speaker. It really sometimes takes a long time. Sometimes there are challenges in this particular area that the tendering process ends up on appeal. And the moment it ends up on appeal, it delays time. So when you have when you have good managers, they are going to manage the process of tendering better. And this goes with experience. So that whoever wins the tender fully qualifies, and even the other parties are satisfied that the tender has been won fairly, and therefore it improves on efficiency than where you are trying to do a road, tenders have been interfered with, people are on appeal process, from appeal process they are going to court, then the whole matter is delayed, and the financial year elapses, Mr. Speaker, and you know nowadays even if the government is starved of funds. So the more you quarrel there with the management of Kera or Kenha, the more time the government is saving, and the more they push you ahead, the more it creates confusion. So when you create efficiency in this organization, Mr. Speaker, we save time for everyone, we save time for Kenyans, we save time for the ministry, and we save time for the people in terms of work, moving faster in progress. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important bill. We look forward into working with the committee on these small amendments which are going to make it much better. It's not a very big bill, Mr. Speaker, and I believe on third reading we can move faster and we can serve Kenyans by giving this. But I'm really looking forward that this great road, which is only now lacking funding, which this House can help me and help the three MPs, Honorable Musimba, Honorable Kimilo, and myself. Mr. Speaker, if we can have the road, Ukia, Emali Road, and our chairman knows about it and the ministry knows about it, tarmacked, it will really link counties running from Kajiado to Makueni to Kitui, and it's only a spot of 42 kilometers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to passing this bill.
Honorable Mercy.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the bill, the Kenya Roads Amendments Bill 2021. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank my chair. I serve as the vice chair in the committee. And I will start by saying road sector is key. And it is always said, if you go to a country, and you find that the transport system is not in order, you find that that country is not doing well. And road sector, which serves almost 100% of our country, needs to be headed by the people who actually have passed through the system which has been set in our country. And I'll start by supporting the bachelor's degree, which has been set, and the master's degree. It's for sure the civil engineers go to the university for 5 years. It's not 4 years like other degrees. And actually, even if other courses have part-time, I don't think civil engineer has part-time. And you not even get a holiday-based system. They go throughout the whole year for 5 years. So bachelor's degree is quite, the civil engineering degree is quite technical. And for the master's degree, from a recognized university in Kenya, or which has been recognized in Kenya, it is also quite essential because you don't have to have a civil engineering degree. You can have maybe strategic management, project, or anything to do with the project or administration. And also the point whereby the engineers must be registered by the board. It's quite also a factor to consider, and I support that. And I will also say that from 3 years to 5 years, 3 years is Mr. Speaker, can I remove my mask?
No.
Let me adjust it better. 3 years is less compared to the kind of work the DG has to undertake in a country whereby you have roads like Kera. Kera is in all over the country, and you find that, like example, it is in 290 constituency. I support the member who said that at least that was Honorable Maanzo, was really talking about the way the roads are actually sometimes being neglected in other parts of the country. You find in the 290 constituency, you don't have to have county offices. With the 290, that is the sub-county, it is actually well distributed. And so far it has been working very well. And with the additional of the 5 years, you will find that 5 years is enough time for the DG to be able to handle the amount of work. We have the 10 years experience as a manager. You find even if you could be having the basic degree and you could be having the master's degree, without the 10 years experience in the country, it will be difficult for you to be able to manage, because the kind of work which is done there, it's not only building the road. Before a road it is built, you find it has to be approved, and then even if it's approved, it has to go through the normal process which has been set. And that's why you find everybody says there is a lot of bureaucracy. That bureaucracy has really helped in some ways, but in other ways it has not been quite fruitful. But with the manager or with the director general, who is quite experienced, is able to undertake all the processes, and you'll find even if a road has been approved, that road within 6 months, the engineers, the contractor can be able to get to the ground and does what is supposed to be done. I'll give an example, like from the constituency I come from in Nairobi, that is at the east of Nairobi, that is Kasarani. You find the roads which had been done, we had only one Kagudo Road. It was done in 1965. And all over the years, the area of the Eastlands has always been considered that is in the urban area. But when it comes to development, the area is always left out. But with agencies like KERA, in the 290 constituency, you find at least the area gets development. So I support the amendment bill so that at least the DG is able to have enough time. And also we have the aspect of the chapter 6, the integrity, because integrity is not relative. Integrity is one, because people must have trust. And when people have trust in you, it's not only by the look, it is from the experience. And since we have already, it has already been put, the 10 years experience, and that is you have served in the country for 10 years. The 10 years, the Kenyans have evaluated you, and before you get this job, you will find at least the chapter 6 has been dealt with, because you find integrity is an aspect you cannot talk about it. It's only an aspect you can walk the talk. And many people have failed, and we pray God that in future, at least, people will not be dashing to courts all the time, because that has really dragged the country behind. But at least we are assured with the Director General passing through the Chapter 6 and having had the 10 years experience in the managerial position within the road sector, will be able to get a proper DG to serve. And also for the Director General, maybe who have been serving, and when the amendment is done, it is good at least they are allowed to have their term through for the years which will be stipulated in the amendment bill, because sometimes you find most of the engineers, as some of the members have put it, they are always acting until they ask, is acting a position which can actually be put in a way whereby if you're acting, you don't need to be always keep on pushing for you to be confirmed as the Director General or for any other sector whereby we have the Director General. We have the acting. And I will finish by saying, in a country like this one, if we actually embrace, like if you go to the expressway at Mombasa Road, we hope that the DG who will be, or actually the DG for, that is Kenha, and the DG for Kera, and the DG for Kura. That is example like for expressway. We hope that the people who have been involved there, that those are the workers or the people who are assisting the contractor. You find maybe sometimes they're not given enough time to be able to actually be to work together with the Chinese. You find maybe the people who have been hired there, the casuals, they are not taken maybe for the whole time, because sometimes we waste the resources, but with the involvement of qualified Director General from the civil engineering, and of course with the managerial position for 10 years, you will find who not only be interested by giving the contract, but will also be interested in actually ensuring everybody who is working within maybe a particular contract, at least he's been factored for the benefit of the future development. I support the bill, and we hope that it is going to bring or to make sure that there is a difference in the way the road sector is managed. Thank you.
Very well, the member for, is the member for Kasarani? The member for Kasarani, well spoken. Let me have the member for Kilome, Honorable Nzambia Kithua. You want to speak to this, or you want to speak to the other motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this great opportunity to contribute on this road amendment bill. First of all, I'm an engineer, and as my colleague has said, we take 5 years in university, and of course, the program is very tight, from 8 to 6 in the evening. And I want to personally agree on this bill in terms of the DG's extension of 3 to 5 years. It is very clear that for any progress, especially in the road sector, 3 years for any management of any road is not appropriate time. So 5 years will be a very reasonable time for effective and efficient delivery of any infrastructure and development, and especially in roads. We have 3 authorities in this sector, that is the Kera, Kura, and of course, Kenya. I think there should be a clear classification of the roads, and I think most of the roads which are in the rural areas before they were classified under Kera, and when now the issues of the counties emerged, some of them were devolved to the counties, and up to now, the way my colleague also mentioned and noted is that even up to now, the counties with the monies they have for the fuel levy, they are not able to even manage the roads. So in this case, as I support this bill about the DG's qualification and all that and the management, I would also propose, though I can see the issue of finances has not been mentioned, although the enactment of the bill is not occasion to additional expenditure of the public funds, but I will also suggest that we get some more monies allocated to Kera so that the rural roads can be well improved. And in this case, qualifications for the DGs, as has been specified, it is good to have management good skills after the first bachelor's degree. That is the 5-year course, engineering course. That is an additional master's degree is appropriate just for the management, because it's also a very wide field, and there's a lot of money which are involved in the construction and the infrastructure development. So we will need somebody who has some management skills on top of the technical skills in that matter. It's also very important that we need to prioritize some roads in our country. Some of the areas, you find that we have so many roads. We have agriculturally productive areas where the roads are not passable. You get some areas that there is no any agricultural production, but the roads are very okay. They are idle. They are not being used. So there should be prioritization of the roads within our country. Just to conclude, in any field, in any office, even in high schools, even in primary schools, head teachers are at least given at least 5 years before they are transferred to other schools. Because when you start a program, for at least 5 years, it will be visible. And as I can state, the issues of roads, they are a bit sensitive. I want to quote like my place. When I was elected in 2017, there is a road which was already started. Up to now, it's almost now 5 years. It has not been completed. And I think that has been the case because of the change of the DGs who are actually, which is actually has made some of the projects get stalled in this country. Lastly, so that I can give other members some time to actually contribute on this important bill, is that when planning for these roads, both in even urban and the rural setup, it is very clear. I mean, it should be made clear by even the DGs, who are the one we are talking about, to be with some good experience, that there must be a specified period of time for any designed kind of a road to avoid so many stalled and incomplete roads in our country. Because in the event a road is started today, it takes like 5 years. Before it is completed, already it has developed some potholes. And that's where now we lose money as a country. So there must be a specific period of time for a specific road. And I want to applaud the contractor who is doing the express highway. It has been started the other day, and everybody can see that it's coming to completion. So we also want other roads which are being done in our country to follow suit of the same, so that we don't lose a lot of monies in our ministry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to have my voice in this important bill. I support the bill, and I know there is no sinister motive. People might think the DGs who are already in the office, they need an extension for their benefit or for their personal gain. But 5 years is at least a good time for them to deliver. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, engineer. I said you are an engineer by profession, engineer Zambia, from Kilome constituency. And of course, very well, he referred to some expertise in the director, the DGs. Are they called DGs, some of the deputy director generals? No, I don't know. The chairman? The chairperson?
Yes. Yes, Honorable
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
DG is just an abbreviation of Director General.
Director General.
Yes.
And the ones,
So
at,
just
and the ones at the
abbreviation.
counties, the ones we used to call the regional managers, chairman.
They are the regional managers. They manage the counties. They are there.
Yeah, they have a different name now. Yes, thank you. We call them DG. Yes, they're chairman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These ones at this level, which is of course at the national level, they are called director.
At the national
generals.
level,
They are called director
yes.
generals.
Director generals.
Which is the abbreviation DG. At down there where we deal with you,
where
at
we deal with
constituency,
you, yes.
they are called REs. Regional engineers.
Regional engineers.
Yes, REs.
Oh.
Yes. Any other further clarification, Madam Speaker? I follow your instructions. Can I now sit?
I thought they were to get, I don't know whether it is part of the amendment, they were to get a different name, Deputy Director General. But anyway.
That proposal has not reached me.
It has not reached you.
Maybe it's on the way coming, Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
but that's a very good argument, a debate on the same, and we really
So,
support.
Madam
I'm
Speaker,
sure all the members of this House really benefit from
Yeah, Madam Speaker.
infrastructure. Yes, yes, Chairman.
You know I'm loyal to you. Can I now sit?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You can put your mic off. Very well. Then we have the member for Runyenjes, Honorable Njiro Muchangi, wants to speak to the same.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill of 2021. And I must start by applauding the committee and the chairperson for a job very well done. Madam Speaker, I need to say that the extension of time, or rather period, from 3 years to 5 years is a good thing, because 3 years is such a short time for a person who desires to do a good job in a country that requires good infrastructure. And Madam Speaker, I must say that our Director General also requires time so that during his tenure, he can get time to go and visit all parts in this country and see for himself or herself what exactly is happening at the counties and constituencies. Because, for instance, Madam Speaker, there is a road in my constituency that was started back in 2015, and we are now in 2021, and the road is not yet complete. And I imagine that a Director General who has enough time to plan his time would have found time, or rather would find time to go and see exactly what is happening. So I support the idea of extending the time from 3 years to 5 years, and also propose to the committee, Madam Speaker, that we would like to see a scenario whereby Kenya Urban Roads Authority uses the model, or rather the approach that is used by Kenya Rural Roads Authority of having the constituency roads committees. Because sometimes, Madam Speaker, you find that there is a road that is being undertaken by Kura in our constituencies, and they do not properly involve the stakeholders. You will just hear that they have come and commenced on the works, and by the time you get to know, they have already left the road, or rather the works. So we would like to see a situation whereby, or an approach that allows the stakeholders, and especially the offices of members of parliament, properly involved in the implementation of the projects that are done by Kenya Urban Roads Authority. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
You support very well. Of course, I'm now I have access to the amendment bill on the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 2021. And I can tell on number 14, we are talking about qualifications of the Director General, which the chairperson has really explained very well on the issues of the holding of bachelor's degree, registered with the Kenya engineers, experience, among others. Then can I have the member for Kaiti constituency?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this important bill. And I want, before I give my views and my contribution, I want to thank the committee for well-done job they have done to come up with such amendment. Madam Speaker, when we talk about roads, it runs in my mind that the importance of roads in our country, country like Kenya, whereby we depend on agriculture. Madam Speaker, when I try to go around and think about my constituency, Madam Speaker, most of the people in my constituency, they depend on agriculture. We plant avocados, mangoes, and arrowroots in Kaiti constituency. Madam Speaker, my constituency is situated in a hilly place, and the topography of my area is hilly, and there's a need of maintenance of roads in my constituency. As almost every year, I need to maintain my roads, because when I do my roads, after the rain comes, they are swept away, and there is a need of maintenance again. Madam Speaker, I know the importance of road, because for any country to achieve a sustainable development, that country has to think of roads. Because without roads, we cannot talk of development in our country. Madam Speaker, I support the period to be extended from 3 years to 5 years. Because, Madam Speaker, I think when we were elected in 2017, we thought 2022 is too far for us, and we'll do a lot. But a period of 5 years now has ended, and you have, as a member of parliament, you have so many projects. When you go on your diary, you have a lot of projects which you have not done, and that's a period of 5 years. So for someone, any person to budget and plan, 3 years is too little. But for 5 years, Madam Speaker, I think I support it, because I know for the DG to have 5 years, he'll be in a position to have time to plan, and for the roads, he'll have time to go around, see what is happening on the ground, instead of sitting in the office and get reports from union staffs. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment because, as I said, in my constituency, there's a road from Sultanahmud through Kilome to my constituency, which has taken around 6 years now, and it has not the DG. And we had this road, we discussed, and I pushed him on how to do this road, because I felt there was a delay, because my people were expecting that road to take maybe 2 to 3 years. But Madam Speaker, after a few years, just 1 or 2 years, there was a change again, and I got another new DG. So I had to go back again and talk and discuss about the same road. And you know, the new one, he knew nothing about this road. So I think, Madam Speaker, a period of 5 years is key and is important, so that we can have, if the DG, when the roads have started, before he exits from the position, he makes sure the work which has started has completed. Also, experience of 15 years, Madam Speaker, I also support, because when we employ or we give people job who has a good experience, they do a good job. Madam Speaker, we need the contractors who have been given the road to have a good supervision, to make sure that they do a good job, because some of the contractors are tricky, and if they are not well monitored, they can do a job which will not be sufficient to the people of this country. Madam Speaker, we need accountability. And for a DG who has 15 years experience, I think we can, I can smell accountability on such a person, because we need someone who can take care of our money. Madam Speaker, it is too painful when you go, you are touring your constituency, and you hear people telling you that this road was done 6 months ago, and now there is no road. And when you try to research, or you try to know, want to know what happened, you get that maybe the contractors have done a short job. That's why I think, according to me, I can see what we are doing well in a sector of education because of this CDF. I was also thinking if we can come up with a formula whereby these roads, all these roads can be even monitored by the members of parliament, because, like, you know, these roads, VIDA roads, are devolved and they are under county government. But you see, when you go to your constituency, people are telling you, no, this road has not been done. Mheshimiwa, we are waiting to you to do this road. And you see, they don't even know that road is default, they is to question the county government. But because the county government has not done that road, they take you accountable. So I think we need also to think in future on how we can allocate money for these roads, and we take these roads to national government so that we can be monitoring from our end. Madam Speaker, I think I remember Honorable Manzo was talking a road from my constituency, Ukia to Emali Road. I think we have been pushing for that road to be tarmacked for the last now 4 years. We have been pushing to see how that road can be done. Madam Speaker, I think it's key, and these roads, our people are waiting to see work well done. And with DG, who can be in a position to track where we started from for 5 years, he can be in a position to know how to do his work well, and that will help us as members of parliament to be in a position to know how to talk to our people and how to answer them when they push us in terms of these roads. So I think, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and I also say that I also think as members of parliament, as lawmakers, we also need to come with a formula, because as we talk now, if we can come up with a formula whereby each constituency, we can be allocating, even if it's only 10 kilometers to be tarmacked in all the constituencies. I know this can also help us try to make our country look uniform, and also can make us support development in our constituencies. Madam Speaker, I support and I thank the committee for a well done job they have done about this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Members, I can see this is a bill that has a lot of interest by members, as I'm sure every other member, including myself, representing the people of Kibwezi East, we have an interest on the roads, and especially the ones that really bring a difference to our people. So for this matter, I have the member for Kipipiri, and I expected you, Honorable Kimilu, to speak about the old Mombasa Road. Member for Kipipiri, Amos Kimunya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill and commend the Committee on Roads for the work they've done and the perseverance. I know it's gone through headwinds. It's not the first time it's being tried. I think it was tried in 2017. It got lost in mediation. And I do hope that this time around, we are actually going to go the whole hog. The bottom line is really just amending the qualifications of the Director Generals and the term limit. I know when we did the Roads Act in 2007, I remember this very well because we had to negotiate it. I was in finance, and we had to negotiate it with I believe it was the Honorable Simeon Nyachai, the late, as Minister for Roads. And we realized that what was happening, there was only one body that was sorting out roads. And it became, as the money increased from the road levy, as the demands increased, it became very clear that it could not be done using that one body. And hence the Roads Act of 2007 basically then split the road sector into the rural roads, the urban roads, and so basically creating Kura, Kera, and also the highways. And each was with its own mandate as to what it was meant to do. But obviously, since that time, we then got a new constitution, and this bill or this act has never been updated to reflect the aspirations of the 2010 Constitution. And I'm glad that that's coming out now. Now, I am a believer in respecting professions. As an accountant, as a professional, I know there are things that are best done by accountants. Much as most accountants have their basic background, even in engineering, in law, in other disciplines. And initially I had been convinced that we should open up the qualifications to anyone who can manage the sector. But I've been listening to the engineers, I've been listening to different stakeholders, and I am convinced that perhaps we give them this time round, we will review as we move on, but that should not now be a basis for saying that now a DG for a hospital must be a medical doctor. A DG for library service must be a librarian. A DG for any other body must be anchored in the core business of that organization. Because management is about management. And we've seen people who are very good from a management perspective, and they manage very technical things that are not part of their training. And I think that's what we need to start discussing and getting that conversation with the engineers, so that much as when you're talking of at the DG level, you're really talking about a person at the vision carrier. You're talking of somebody who is managing the various people. But I'm very happy because I was listening to contributions from members, and it became very clear that yes, there's much as you're an engineer, you still need a master's in management, so that we combine those two. And really the whole point is to recognize that the work and the role of a director general of an organization is not the nuts and bolts. It's not the technical staff. It's somebody who harnesses all those resources, all that knowledge that's resident within the organization, from the technical people, and puts it and converts it into some synergy to achieve a 1 plus 1 is greater than 2 effect. And I think that's what we would wish to see going forward. But be that as it may, I know the lobbying has been quite serious, and we must listen to the stakeholders. We must listen to the public participation, and if it works, why fix it? I think that's the other thing we must be looking at. And what I would like to see is then the engineers who get into this position will now prove to Kenyans that the road sector is better managed because they understand the core business of roads. And that, unfortunately, has not been quite demonstrated. We still, per kilometer cost in this country is still very high, whether you're talking of Maram, whether you're talking of tarmacking. And these are some of the things that we need to keep interrogating, and I'm sure the chair of the Committee on Transport will help us interrogate how come we're having roads in other countries being done as a fraction of what we're doing our roads. I know the terrain is a different issue, but there's still something that we need to identify why our roads are so expensive to build. But worse still is, even after they spend so much money in the construction, 2 years down the line, you have potholes all over. I want to, in fact, just my neighbor, the Honorable Kwenya, we have this road from the flyover to Jabini. It's been done like 4 times. And the last time it was like redone. But within a month or within 6 months, it was full of potholes. The bit from flyover to Jabini. Then when you now look at the road from Jabini all the way to Okalau, which was done in 2007, 2008, is still intact. Yet this one has just been done, but it's just full of potholes. So those are some of the things we need to challenge our DGs and the engineers to tell us what exactly is causing this kind of situation, because we're using a lot of public money to do these roads. And if we do a road, and before it's even been used, it has potholes, and you see the contractor coming in and trying to do some spot fixing, then there's a problem. There's a fundamental problem in terms of the base or whatever happened. I'm not an engineer, so I don't understand how these things happen. But I do believe when you do a road, it should withstand a certain test of time for a certain amount of time. So I think in terms of the moving from 3 years to 5 years, I'm not sure what was the obsession with 3 years. But it was 3, 3, 6, hoping that if you don't deliver, you will be out. Now, okay, we got 5 years, but obviously there's a provisos. If you don't deliver, there's a mechanism for removal. So it's not automatic that you'll serve the entire 5 years, but at least it gives a certain predictability in terms of what you want to achieve, some visioning, and you can be held to account for a longer period of time of what have you done in the last 5 years. So a new DG doesn't come in and says, I found all these roads in place, in position, and 3 years down the line, he has not even started implementing systems and changes, and he's assessed based on what he found, and he's told you cannot be renewed. So at least 5 years gives a better time to do a proper evaluation of the inputs and by a new DG without reference to the person they're succeeding. So I'm in total agreement with that, and I do hope we'll succeed, we'll support the chair when this matter comes for committee of the whole, so that we can at least clean up this bit. And obviously, the other one is just the alignment of the language with the Constitution. It's a straightforward bill, and I really don't want to discuss much about the roads in my area, because that will be another day for that. Let's get the management structures right in the road boards, and after that, we can now challenge them to show us where is the equity. The questions I had from members asking, why are we not doing roads where they are most productive? How are we unlocking the potential? And how are we supporting the job creation through supporting farmers with roads so they can access the markets and agri-industries, and even roads to entice now the investors from just being in Nairobi to going and investing in the rural areas. Because at the end of it all, this economy will not be developed by concentrated investments in the cities. It's by getting every little town in this country having some economic activity that consolidates and helps people in that area. So the farmers in that area have a workforce to sell their food to, have some income that's accumulating with that area, and don't have to keep waiting for incomes from the cities to go and help. And we've seen what the devolution has done by just moving a bit of those investments into those areas. You can see houses springing up. People are building houses for purposes of housing the county staff. Private schools are coming up because now the CECs and MCAs have more money to take their kids from the public schools to a private school. And I think that's how the wheel of development moves, not through concentration, but actually by devolving development as we devolve the resources for devolution. So I hope the roads sector, our DGs, I hope they are listening to us, and will then be rising to the challenge to show how they have interconnected the entire Kenya, so that there is economic hubs in every small place, and people don't have to migrate. It pains me, Honorable Speaker, to see youngsters who have a house, who have their small shamba in the rural areas, and they abandon it or they leave it to come looking for some looking for jobs in Nairobi, and then have to start, being accommodated in the slums. Yet they have a decent home. I would like to see that person in Kiperi, instead of moving to Nairobi, let them move to Olkalau, let them move to Meharati and start something, yeah? Because they can be absorbed there, and it saves on the housing cost, and it maintains their dignity, that they are not coming from their home to come and live in slums. And by the time they go home, they have nothing really to go and show what they've been doing in town. And I think those are some of the things that we need to really do through opening up the road networks, so people can move, people can travel, people can move their goods to market at reduced costs. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support.
Honorable Madam Speaker. Honorable Jessica.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to add my voice on the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 13 of 2021. It's a very small and a short amendment to the Principal Act, that is number 13. And Mr. Speaker, this speaks more of, what I find very important, and that will help our country, is on the qualification of the Director General. Mr. Speaker, in our proposed amendment on the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, we are talking, and I want to thank the chairperson with his committee, we are talking of the person that is be qualified as a Director General to hold a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and master's degree from a university that is recognized by Kenya. Of course, at one point I had the views like the majority leader, but now given that this is a very important field, that is engineering, and of course we are dealing with the roads, and we know what can happen if we don't get good work done to the roads, and especially from the monitoring and directing. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with that proposed amendment on 14A on the having a degree that is an engineering degree for master's degree from a university recognized in Kenya. However, again, I want to agree with the leader of majority that not all professionals that would require maybe every other director to just be holding a degree from the same field, but this is a special case. As a speaker, again, for you to be an engineer, the proposal by the committee is that the DG must be registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya, which is, that one is acceptable, and I'm sure to all. The issue of the reduction or the increase from 3 to 5 years, well, as others have said, if you do a good job, you'll retain your office. But you also need and support, you need that expertise and knowledge of the area. Like I want to imagine of the roads that were advertised in 2017, 2016 in my constituency. They were advertised, and now we had to put questions to understand why the procurement process was stopped and why the procurement process is lagging behind. And with that addition of time, which I do support, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure they will also be able to visit. For example, in my constituency that I represent, there are 2 roads that I really think the carer that we really have a say, or we really have our CDF members who make decisions, that 2 wards have been left behind. We've really pushed for an addition, and we keep on repeating the same roads. And there are 2 roads that I really feel that we have an extension of the DG working together with the so-called the regional managers from our area and the constituency road managers. You can easily be able maybe to satisfy our people as we look at public participation on the needs, and maybe for them to be able to understand the area, and we do better. As a speaker, to have a DG, I think we also need, and I will convince the chairperson maybe, because when we talk about regional managers, and I'm sure this is a bill that is affecting most of the members, and we are aware, as much as we really have seen a lot of development from the CDF, and that is the only thing we are seeing on the ground, with the involvement of the DGs and together working with the regional managers and constituency managers, we can be able to achieve more. I recall in 2013, 2014, we used to have a kitty where we could do some roads from our CDF before we changed the act and the regulations. And I really think it was really helping. So I do support, I want to be on record supporting this, and most majorly on the issue of the expertise in it. The issue of Chapter 6 of the Constitution that the chairman is put into consideration, I think it's common, and everybody, when you are not in line with the Chapter 6 of the Constitution, you can easily even lose your 5 years. So we are proposing. So I think it's also good to put in our proposed amendment, and I'm sure in our 3rd reading, we can propose some. Like, for example, we need to have a coverage to know the regional managers, because the regional managers have been there for long, and that's why I was trying to seek for, if we could propose a definition. The regional managers, of course, that is for your consumption, and maybe you can look at it. What area would the regional managers cover? Do they cover region? Before we used to cover all area, province. So the area of coverage of the regional managers, like the way we have the constituency managers would cover a certain area, or is it open? There was a I don't know, it was a story or what it was, that with a proposal that the regional managers, and that's why I was trying to get clarification, would be called Deputy Director General. And of course, that is something I can discuss with you and see whether we can give that, so that at least we can be able to allow them, maybe even if they're covering a big distance or big area, that they can be called a Deputy Director General, or if the region is defined. So I want to be on record in supporting this proposed amendment on the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 13 of 2021, the amendment from the Principal Act, so that is the section 13, which is referred to the Principal Act. So with that remarks, I want to be on record supporting. I support.
Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, you're quite nomadic.
Honorable Speaker, you know, yes, I hear the leader of, what are you? The leader of the minority within the majority party, saying I am Tanga, but he knows being leader of the majority within the majority, then I need to Tanga. But Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill, but of course with reservations, and I want to join a number of my colleagues, Honorable Speaker, who I heard during their contributions point out some of the things that I would really want to talk to. And let me also take this opportunity to thank Honorable Kosing, because he has become a listening chair now. He has been able to listen to the members' sentiments before, and he knows the problems we had with the bill as it were before, and especially on the question of relegating engineering professionals almost to second fiddle within the roads agencies in this country. And I must really commend him for agreeing to take back this bill to the committee and agreeing with the committee that it is indeed important that these road agencies are run by Director Generals who have an engineering background. And indeed, I heard somebody, Honorable Speaker, I will not remember which member that was, saying that we have never had a Chief Justice who is an engineer. We have never had a Chief Justice who is an accountant. Or indeed have, the Chair Emeritus of the Institute of Public, Certified Public Accountants, the leader of the minority within the majority party, Honorable Kimunya, who was a chair of ISPAC, because he's an accountant, he's not an engineer. And indeed, therefore, it's also important, Honorable Speaker, to encourage even young engineers within these road agencies, and that's why the chair will now understand we were very opposed to opening up the position of a Director General to people who are not engineers, because we must encourage the engineers who are working in all our roads agencies, be it Kura, Kera, or Kenha, that a young engineer who's just graduated, newly registered, has a career growth path that would see him head that institution, Honorable Speaker. And that is what creates loyalty within organizations and institutions like this of government. And it's something that we need to encourage within the public sector, Honorable Speaker, so that the young people that are joining the public sector, even those that we're taking now under the internship program, someone knows that I can join Kenha today as an intern, as a student of engineering, and one day, post-qualification and post-registration with the registration, the board engineers board, he can head any of these road agencies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reservations I have on this bill touch on a matter I think I had the Honorable Sotsi touch on the question of post-qualification. First is on the degree that I say it is good that now it stipulates that you must hold a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's degree from a university recognized in Kenya. You know, Honorable Speaker, universities recognized in Kenya, and a master's degree, I think, is too broad. And I was just trying to tell the chair here to also listen to me and those who have also said that we need to tweak this a little bit to make it to have a master's degree in a field relevant to that position, be it in accounting, and I would encourage him, specifically accounting, because accountants like myself and the leader of the minority within the majority party, you know, we are very good managers, and we'll be able to, if we were engineers, we'd be able to run some of these things. Honorable Speaker, not just accounting, even lawyers like yourself, those with the legal profession, those with managerial experience, but maybe I was asking the Honorable Kosing, what would someone who is an engineer who has then decided he wants to become a pastor in my local church and goes to study theology and has a master's degree in theology, I don't know how that would add value to either management of the institution or management of roads assets in this country, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I will and I intend to bring amendments during third reading to make that clear, as other members have said, that it be in a relevant field, maybe in management, accounting, in finance, in law, or procurement. I would hesitate to do marketing. There's nothing to market with roads, Honorable Chair, and maybe limit to that. Two is on the question, Honorable Speaker, of registration with the Engineers Board. And I agree, you must be registered with the Engineers Board of Kenya.
What is it, Honorable Wangwe?
Point of order, Honorable Speaker, I rise on order number 83, standing order. My very good friend has said he doesn't recognize marketing. I stand here, Honorable Speaker, as a graduate of marketing, as a practitioner of marketing, and Honorable Speaker, my master's is in entrepreneurship, Honorable Speaker. I'm further advanced, I'm a student, and I take my PhD in entrepreneurship. Honorable Speaker, is it in order to underscore marketing as a career? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You don't intend to be the DG at some point, but Honorable Ishongwa, did you in any way? I thought you were also a marketer.
No. Yeah, I market meat, of course. But I'm an accountant by training, Honorable Speaker, and student of economics. And I think he may have misunderstood me. I said maybe marketing may not be very relevant to this particular job, and I'm sure Honorable Wangwe does not intend post-retirement to go back to Kera, Kenha, or Kura. And I hope your retirement doesn't come soon. Chair, I was speaking on the question of registration in the Engineers Board. That is particularly important. But to have at least 15 years experience with at least 10 years post-registration experience, Honorable Speaker. I would really want to improve on the chair, and I intend to again bring an amendment to retain that to the way it was, 15 years post-registration experience in roads and road engineering and highways management, Honorable Speaker, and at least 15 years of experience in a managerial position within the road sector, or 10 may not be very harmful, but at least 15 years, Honorable Speaker. Reason being simple, Honorable Chair, that we're asking that you have this kind of experience, Honorable Speaker, but we're also extending the term to 5 years, and that's the other thing I intend to amend. Honorable Chair, I had the leader of the minority within the majority again say that it is an obsession that we have with 3 years. It is not an obsession, Honorable Speaker, and he knows what the Mongozo policy stipulates between 3 to 5 years, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, if you go through all our state corporations, probably it's only KEMSA that we extended by a year to move it from 3 years to 4 years. I do not know of any other state corporation, Honorable Speaker. And I have served in this House as the Vice Chair of the Public Investments Committee. And the Chair of the Public Investments Committee, Honorable Abdul Samad, is here. And he will tell you the issues that are there with long-serving members of CEOs of some of these parastatals, Honorable Chair, from the audit report that he looks at every time. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if we want to extend the term from 3 years, Honorable Speaker, I would really, and I'll be discussing this with the chair and all the other interested parties, that we probably should consider moving this not to more than 4 years, Honorable Speaker. So that we also give an opportunity to those other upcoming engineers to have an opportunity to serve. If you get someone serving for 5 years renewable, for up to 10 years, Honorable Speaker, and you are getting people who have 10, 15 years post-registration and post-qualification experience, Honorable Speaker, that means if you graduate at about 24, 25, you can only become a DG at the age of close to 40. If you serve another 10 years, Honorable Speaker, and those you qualified with, they will have attained retirement age. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must indeed retain this either as it were at 3 years, or if we want to extend, with very good reasons as to why we need an extension. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you cannot perform in 3 years, Honorable Speaker, and you get another renewable term of 3 years, Honorable Speaker, in 6 years, I don't know what you want to do that you will not have done in 6 years. Maybe we should even have a proviso that you can have an extension of 1 year after you finalize your 6 years, Honorable Speaker. But I would really be opposed to a 5-year term, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, during third reading, I do intend to bring those amendments. And I must also report, Honorable Speaker, that as you said, I drove through the road from Elbagon to Molo, and indeed, Chair, that road is quite pathetic. Those are some of the issues that the committee needs to be looking at. And I did that, of course, in the usual Tanga business, talking to Kenyans in the hustler nation across the nation, Honorable Speaker. And I did work very hard to drive back very fast to be here to contribute to this bill. With those very few remarks, Honorable Chair, I beg to support with reservations.
Honorable Kosing.
I thank you, Speaker, and I hope you are giving me to reply.
Yes, that is you have the floor for that.
Yes, I'm on the floor to reply. Thank you, Speaker. And therefore, Speaker, I beg to reply, and as I reply, I want to thank members. I want to thank this House, Honorable Speaker, really, for the great support that they have given us as a committee, and they have given the nation, their own country. I really want to thank them, Honorable Speaker. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure the members who have made contributions that I've made notes just so that we can be able to do a follow-up on other issues, like the raised issues, Honorable Speaker, for like what happened with the bond. And I want to assure the House we are having a roundtable on 7th about the bond that was passed by the House, and that is why there's a problem in the roads, because we don't have money. We will deal with it on 7th, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, something that I just want to raise as a caution is this idea that we need to do, the rest we have agreed, mostly. terms and so on. And I want to make clear that the 4 years and the 5 years Honorable Chungwa is saying, we already have in the ministry, and I wish Honorable Chungwa, if Honorable Chungwa was here earlier, he would have understood what I was saying and what we were saying as a committee. That number one, we passed the House 5 years, including Honorable Chungwa, when he was here when we were doing 2017 bill. But more important, Honorable Speaker, that within the same ministry or department, there are DGs with 5 years. And the same roads, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Chair, Kosing, what is it, Honorable Chungwa?
I didn't interrupt him, Honorable Speaker.
Well,
And if you want to interrupt, I will also interrupt him.
He is on a point of order, Honorable Kosing. He is on a point of order. What is out of order,
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kosing, I think he's still in West Pokot. He's here to come back to the House, because in the House, when I stand on a point of order, Honorable Speaker, I'm not really interrupting, and I just want to mention, Honorable Speaker, he said that indeed this part of these proposals were done in the 11th Parliament, and that bill died in the Senate, Honorable Speaker. But I wish to remind him that as much as he says, I was among those who passed those amendments. Honorable Chair, at the time the roads bill was discussed in the House, I was outside the country, both during the second reading and the third reading. So, therefore, if I was there, Honorable Speaker, and he knows, the former chair of the Roads Committee, Honorable Commander, knows even then I was opposed to the question of having a 5-year term.
I don't want you, to grab
what is out of order, Honorable Speaker, is the Honorable Kosing misinforming the country that I was part of those who passed that particular proposal that I am now opposing. If he consulted with Honorable Commander, he will tell him, even in the 11th Parliament, I was opposed to a 5-year term. And I remain opposed to a 5-year term.
Honorable maybe Honorable Kosing said the House, and you are part of the House. No, whether you are in or out. Honorable Kosing.
Yeah, I want also to remind him. I think he has been tangatangering too much. It's true, Honorable Speaker. I think he's been tangatangering too much. He has not even known what is going on in Parliament. And of course, with no apology. But I think now he's even wasting our time. Because, Honorable Speaker, it was passed in this Parliament, 12th Parliament, 2017 bill. It was in the last Parliament. However, Honorable Speaker, and now people have seen he's not actually in Parliament. Maybe he came here for a reason. But, Honorable Speaker, I beg, and I want to clarify that way, so that at least for the record of the House. And in those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you, I thank members, I thank my committee for doing a great job. I also thank you, Honorable Speaker, for being very patient. Until now, it's going to 8 o'clock, Honorable Speaker, to listen and to adjudicate this matter, which will be history. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well, Honorable Chair. We shall ped putting the question on that particular item to another time. Let's proceed to the next order.
Order number 19, the Advocates Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2021, second reading.
Honorable members, that business was deferred by the earlier communication by the Speaker. Next order.
Order number 20, motion, establishment of a Parliamentary Health Services Unit.
Chairperson, Committee on Members' Services and Facilities. Yes. Oh, yes, Honorable Nzambia. Are you the chair?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm not the chair, but...
you have instructions to move on behalf.
Yes,
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Members' Services and Facilities on establishment of a Parliamentary Health Services Unit, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 11, 2021. Honorable Speaker, Article 127 of the Constitution of Kenya obligates the Parliamentary Service Commission to provide services and facilities as are necessary for the efficient and effective functioning of a parliament. Article 127 6A of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, bestows upon the Commission of the duty of performing functions that are necessary for the well-being of the members and the staff of Parliament. The National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, Standing Orders number 212B mandates the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities with receiving and considering views of members of the National Assembly on the services and the facilities provided to them by the Commission. Honorable Speaker, the committee is therefore the forum through which the members of Parliament in the National Assembly shall know their views on their welfare to the Commission. That, Honorable Speaker, following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2019, the committee has considered several matters that relate to the health and the well-being of members of Parliament. The committee appreciates that the COVID-19 and communicable diseases are not going anywhere soon, and honorable members require to be equipped with coping strategies. Contrary to popular belief that working from home reduces the working hours, studies have shown that members and staff spend a great deal of time on their assignments and thereby spending more time executing their duties at the expense of free time for a balance of physical health. Honorable Speaker, virtual meetings conducted with the help of gadgets such as modern laptops, cellular phones, voice and emails continue to blur the work-life boundary, further cutting down on the amount of time that a typical individual is able to devote to wellness pursuits. The committee therefore observed that the Commission at its meeting held on 16th of March 2020 resolved to suspend the operations of the health club services, which remain suspended to date, therefore impacting negatively on the health of members and the staff. Honorable Speaker, to realize Vision 2030, which is premised on 3 pillars, namely economic, social, and political, the government of Kenya is more committed to shifting the bias of the national health approaches from curative to preventive health to improve the quality of life of all Kenyans. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, similarly, the Parliamentary Service Commission Strategic Plan, that is 2019-2030, aligned its vision to 2030 and a subsequent Big Four agenda. Notably, some of the strategic objectives support the wellness of members and the staff of Parliament. More so, the plan envisions to create enabling environment to facilitate members of Parliament to effectively and efficiently discharge their constitutional mandate as provided for in the following strategic objectives. 1. Strategic objective number 10, excellence in service delivery, which considers the wellness of members and the staff of Parliament for efficient service delivery. Strategic objective 17, embrace green compliant Parliament, which envisions adopting the implementation of modern waste recycling technologies in Parliament. Strategic objective 18, that creates a parliamentary square of modern facilities and a secure working environment to provide adequate facilities, securities for members and the staff of Parliament. Just towards conclusion, Honorable Speaker, in view of the above, the committee recommends that the comprehensive one-stop preventive health unit be established within Parliament to offer early detection and referral services and plan the coordination of current and future emergency health events. Honorable Speaker, although the Commission is always committed to the welfare of the members and the staff as demonstrated through provision of our comprehensive medical scheme, there is significant evidence regarding the burden of disease attributable to the environment and the non-communicable diseases, that is NCDs, the poor health habits of many workers, growing rates of chronic diseases, and the rising cost of health services, necessitate creation of wellness programs to cater for health risk assessments and screenings. It is therefore imperative to put more emphasis on health programs that seeks to improve the quality of life of its members and the staff of Parliament, while at the same time reduces the rising costs for its employees' health care. Indeed, studies have shown that corporate wellness or well-being wellness programs are successful in helping workers make positive health changes due to several factors, such as convenience, environmental support, and co-worker or social acceptance. Honorable Speaker, the deployment of a public health specialist from the Ministry of Health to Parliament was not only well-timed just before the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, but also a great milestone in the realization of mitigation measures. The Commission could consider guaranteeing the gains by establishing a fully fledged health and wellness unit within its control. Urgent matters such as issues of COVID-19 tests and vaccination would be effectively and efficiently be handled from within. Honorable Speaker, this recommendation to establish a health unit is informed by the gaps identified in practice, and when addressed will inform the effective implementation of the PSC strategic plan, that is 2019-2030. There is inadequate coordination of health functions due to lack of technical health expertise in wellness, food safety and quality control, sanitization, environment and waste management, health promotion and education empowerment, factor or famine control, pest control, emergency response during public health events, health risk assessment, among others. Honorable Speaker, yes, Honorable Speaker, comparatively, we have Safaricom Limited, the Central Bank of Kenya, and the Kenya Pipeline, which operate in-house health services. So I think the same can be done within our Parliament instinct. From the foregoing, the committee observed that for effective and efficient of the constitutional duties bestowed upon Parliament, safety and well-being and the wellness of the members of Parliament is of paramount importance. The proposed health and wellness unit could contain 2 sub-units: a health section that deals with the clinical and the public health issues, and a wellness section that deals with physical well-being of its members. Honorable Speaker, for effective resumption of the health club services, the proposed renovation and refurbishment by the health club manager should be completed. Regarding health club staffers, such as masseurs and reflexologists, the committee notes the preference of members for youthful staffers. In the committee observation, that members are generally reluctant to patronize the outsourced health clubs, and the budget for the same budget should therefore be rechanneled to set up the health and wellness unit. That members are not willing to engage themselves with the gyms outside the Parliament. Honorable Speaker, in the same observation, for seamless protection of members at the health and the wellness unit and the other parts of the parliamentary square, the committee allowed the efficient services offered by the officers contracted from the NYS. At the sitting held on Thursday, 6th August 2021, the committee made the following recommendations to the House. I'm just summarizing, Honorable Chair, that the Parliamentary Service Commission should establish a parliamentary health services unit within Parliament with a clinical and a public health sections and a health club section. Honorable Speaker, the Parliamentary Service Commission should facilitate the refurbishment and the renovation of the current health club in compliance with the protocols and the guidelines issued by the Ministry of Health on containment of COVID-19, and that the budget should, which meant for outsourcing health club services, be channeled towards the setting up of a health and wellness unit. And Honorable Speaker, I can report that the renovation and refurbishment is ongoing as we speak now. The Commission should also expedite the completion of the multi-story building which is just across there, to provide a lasting solution on the issue of our health and wellness unit. And I think the progress is on very well. The Commission should also put the staff deployed to the current health club dealing with massage, reflexology on a 5-year term contract, renewable once upon satisfactory performance. Honorable Speaker, this is a very touching issue because most of those staffers, they are only given a one year renewable contract, which makes them reluctant and they are discouraged. They are not motivated, that's what I mean. So the committee recommended that they be put on a 5-year term contract so that they can also feel like they are staff in this parliament. As I conclude, the Commission should also consider, that is the committee, so that the Commission should consider engaging the 47 security officers seconded from the National Youth Service on our permanent engagement terms to tap the invaluable experience in the protection of members and the property of Parliament obtained in the past 6 years. Honorable Speaker, those 47 NYS staff, they don't even report to the Parliament. They are just like they report to their outside they have their own bosses outside the Parliament. So the committee considered that they be engaged fully to be reporting to the Parliament authorities, so that they can even feel part of this, part of the staff in Parliament. So the 47 security officers are usually seconded from NYS, and they are not part. They don't respond or report to the Parliament authorities. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable Chungwa from Kikuyu constituency to second the same report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I rise to second. And Honorable Speaker, as the Honorable Zambia has very well articulated in moving, this is a very important unit for this House, Honorable Speaker. In the 11th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, I remember at one point, while we were seated in the members' lobby, the Honorable Samal, the former member of Siolo North, collapsed in the members' lobby. And Honorable Speaker, none of us who were in the lobby at that time had any medical experience, and it really took us time to be able to even think about where to get an ambulance from in this House, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, that day, a member had to run to St. John's ambulance that was then opposite County Hall. I don't know if they are still there, Honorable Speaker, to get an ambulance to rescue the member and take him to hospital. And the member ended up with, I think it was aneurysm, and he ended up in hospital, Honorable Speaker, for quite a long time. And it hit me, Honorable Speaker, when I joined this committee that maybe, had we had a health services unit within the precincts of Parliament, maybe that particular member would not have had that long extended stay in hospital, and he would probably have gotten help quicker within the precincts of Parliament. And Honorable Speaker, anything can happen. You've seen even members of staff falling ill in their offices, Honorable Speaker. And with the traffic in this town, even getting to rescue a member of staff and take them to hospital, Honorable Speaker, it takes quite some time. And therefore, this is indeed best practice in all progressive parliaments around the world. The Honorable Zambia will tell you the Liaison Committee has visited the Parliament of Ghana. And also being an emerging democracy, Honorable Speaker, and a good case study in Africa, they have such a unit in the Ghanaian Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And it's not just parliaments, Honorable Speaker. The Central Bank of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, has such a health services unit for their members of staff. And therefore, it will not be a first as a public institution in this country for Parliament to have its own health services unit. Even progressive corporates and good corporates like Safaricom have their own health services departments, and they've even gone further to have units to cater for infants and children, so that members who have young children like myself, Honorable Speaker, I can come with my 1.5-year-old daughter and spend the day with her here at times when other people in the house are busy. And maybe I could afford an hour of a lunchtime to feed her. And it is indeed something that we want to encourage members. And Honorable Speaker, this unit will not just be for use by members of Parliament. Even the many members of staff who are employed by both houses of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, will be able to access health services within the precincts of Parliament, and therefore save on man-hours, Honorable Speaker, and save on taxpayers' time. Not just man-hours and taxpayers' money in terms of the time they take from here to access hospitals around us in the city with the massive traffic jams in this city, Honorable Speaker, but also the time that you take, Honorable Speaker, going to wait to be served in a hospital set up outside the precincts of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. I saw a survey recently, Honorable Speaker, for many of what you'd call the blue chip, not companies, blue chip hospitals, if there's such a thing as blue chip hospitals, the best hospitals around the city of Nairobi. For the average waiting time in their accident and emergency units. And I think the best turnaround time was about 2.5 hours. And Honorable Speaker, you can imagine you have a headache and you just want to go and get checked, Honorable Speaker, and maybe you had a sitting that you had to preside over in the afternoon, Honorable Speaker, and it's at 1, and you have to go to a hospital without naming names and wait for 2.5 hours. And therefore, we'll be saving members' time, we'll be saving the House time and saving the country time by having this unit. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to ask the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure that all the recommendations that are carried in this report are quickly implemented, especially the refurbishment of our health club at Continental House. Also, to ensure that within the new building, Honorable Speaker, that is completed, and I must commend them, I have seen very good progress, that they complete and ensure that we have facilities now to have these units, and of course, all those other units that members have been asking for. I remember the Honorable Member for Muranga County, Honorable Sabina, in the last Parliament when she had a baby in the house, or when she got a baby when she was still serving in the house, asking for a unit.
Let me add you, because you're seconding, Max, 1.5 minutes, so that you second.
I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Sabina had asked for such a provision for infants, for young lactating mothers to have a place where they can take care of their children within the precincts of Parliament. And I really want to encourage the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure that as they complete the new office complex, Honorable Speaker, all other available space that is being left within, Honorable Speaker, is utilized to make sure that we have all these facilities around, so that we don't just be seen to be going to benchmark in other countries like Ghana, benchmark with other institutions like the Central Bank, Safaricom, and we can't implement. Yet we are the ones who allocate resources even to that Central Bank of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, to be able to carry out the sort of things that they are doing. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I will propose a question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities on establishment of a Parliamentary Health Services Unit laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 11, 2021. Honorable Guge. Order, Honorable Guge. What is out of order, Honorable Oyo?
Honorable Speaker, for obvious reasons, I think the House does not have a requisite quorum to be able to transact.
Sit down. Well, no. Who is telling the member to sit down? The member has risen on his feet and said that we don't have the numbers at this time. So there is absolutely no option but to. We have 24
You won't
5
allow
minutes.
me, Speaker, haven't
So,
risen up to.
Honorable Goge, you can't speak after that. That we must.
You had already given me a
the-
chance to make my contribution, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Goge, the House is not fully constituted, so we shall order the bell to be rung. Other members, honorable members, now, honorable members, in the circumstances, honorable members, the time being 8:45 p.m., this House started adjourned until Wednesday, 1st December. Please note, honorable members, 1st December, that should be Wednesday, because on 30th, that is Tuesday next week, we shall have the State of the Nation address. So this House will reconvene on 1st December 2021 at 9:30 a.m.